Screw TGIF, TGIF, TGIF. Wake it up, wake it up, wake it up, wake it up, girl. Y'all know what time it is. It's time to cook, baby. We got on our good, greasy cooking arm today, baby. Shannon done had the damn platform lit for the past week, girl, and it just keeps getting more crazy and more crazy and more crazy. And today's live stream ain't gonna be no different of a deep dive, baby. Your head is going to pop off, y'all. This stuff is crazy. The cane been working, but you know who been working even harder? The goddamn street committee, baby. So shout out to the street committee, particularly street committee member Tiffany, baby. Baby, Tiff been working her main job, and she been working these street running jobs, getting it to the T, baby. I could not do this without Tiffany. So God bless baby mama Tiffany, baby, for the old nasty piece of deep dive and research job. Okay, and shout out to baby mama Tiff as well for the old nasty piece of child support chat. Thank you so much. Who says for working, and we are. Shout out to the baby daddy Todd for the old nasty piece of child support chat. Who said for the king is about to cook. Thanks for the content. You guys are welcome, baby. Y'all know I work, honey. When y'all value the content, y'all click, y'all share, y'all subscribe. You know, y'all donate, baby. The king gots to work for you. Oh, God. More coin for my baby mama, Miss Mata. For you are working. Love you. So, voice of reason. Thank you, baby mama, for those nasty beats. Y'all gonna have me working through the damn Sabbath, keeping it up like this, baby. You know, the king for y'all and y'all only. Thank you. You guys know all donation information is in the description box below. $sign Consciouztv or Cash App spelled with a Z and or PayPal.me. Spelled just how it is on the platform. Y'all is really showing y'all. Oh my God! Shout out to my baby mama, Miss Lewis. Oh, my baby mama, Queen B-Boy. It's been a while. Thank you, baby mama, for the nasty child support check, baby. Once again, y'all, all donation information is in the description box below, baby. If you in the building, y'all run these likes up. Y'all know I cannot restart my notification system successfully because the T keeps T'ing. So I keep having to be up here 3, 4, 5, 6 damn times a day. So we don't got YouTube on our side. That means that notifications are only going to be aroused if you guys are literally pressing like on the video. Liking the video not only helps with YouTube's algorithm, but more importantly, it triggers up YouTube's notification system. So when you are thumbing up the video, you are literally knocking on the digital door of another conscious crew member and telling them to get their black asses into the sanctuary. Okay, so whether you're part of the replay gang, a bush baby, or active with me in real time, I need you guys to run me all those likes all day. All right. Also, you guys will send me any tea to my IG and or email me at consciouztv@gmail.com. Last but not least, please share the stream out to wherever it is you have digital community, whether that be a YouTube community wall, your Snapchat, your MySpace, the dark side of Twitter, Tumblr, or your personal OF. I don't really give a damn where you and fat lay the link. Just let them whores know that we're loud, we're live, and we're certainly in color. And with no further ado, let's go ahead and push on through.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
What's going on, Conscious Crew, TGIF, girl? And we ain't talking about Fox Soul, but if you need that, make sure you guys check out the live from last night. It was an improv live, girl, but y'all came through last night, girl. Y'all are getting into the convo about Funky Dineva begging for his TGIF job bike, honey. Okay, because Claudia Jordan is in the comment section clearing some things up as well. So y'all make sure to check out that live stream, girl. We got into some fizzle. Also, girl, some of y'all forgot who the hell y'all was addressing. So because, you know, y'all kind of played on Claudia's head top and then y'all tried to double dutch a little bit on mines too, particularly the ones who ride in the dick of Funky, okay, and don't know how to separate their fave from constructive criticism. You know, the enablers. I'm probably going to have to get at y'all, but it's going to come at the expense of Funky. So be expecting for your fade to get read down to the ground on behalf of me responding to some of y'all. That's definitely coming, baby, okay? But we got to work first before we get to play, all right? But that's coming, honey. Be prepared for that work, all right? So, y'all, it is going down. My head is literally spinning like a spin top, girl. Y'all know that the Shannon Sharpe situation is already convoluted as hell. You know, it's the conversation around him being the 50-plus-year-old man dealing with a 21-year-old girl, and she is now 22. She was 21 when she met Shannon Sharpe. It's misinformation that Miss Gabriella was 19. She literally states it in her own lawsuit that she was in her early 20s, and she just celebrated her 22nd birthday last year. On December 10th, I believe, which makes her 21 when she was dealing with Shannon Sharpe, okay? So she is not a teenage girl, okay? Then we got the BDSM shenanigans happening within the context of this relationship, situationship, this booty call ship, whatever the hell kind of ship, a cruise ship, girl, you know, slap whatever ship you want to slap on it, which makes it even more damn convoluted and crazy. There's all these crazy audios. There's even crazier text messages regarding her wanting to rim job him and be strangled and choked with a dog collar and baby gravy inside of her and a big black baby inside of her and him wanting to strangle a little white woman is a big black man in public. Girl, when I tell you, they got it going on, girl. And this girl is going for $50 million. She wanted to go straight to trial. There was a settlement exchange of $10 to $20 million that she walked away from because she wants 50. And as I told you guys yesterday, I believe that she felt confident in walking away from a $10 to $20 million settlement because she is actually banking on the racism of America, considering the optics. Young white girl going up against big black man under an accusation of big black ass abuse. And that's happening also under a Trump regime. So, baby, Shannon Sharpe practically is probably about to get Emmett Till down to the goddamn ground. All right. Also, you guys know that Shannon Sharpe's attorney, Lanny Davis, or as I like to call him respectfully, Mitch Connell, took to the Don Lemon show yesterday to also speak to the lawsuit. They got into some things. He practically asserted that Miss Gabriella is falsifying the context of their relationship and weaponizing the sexual fantasy kink role-playing relationship for something that it isn't, which is a abusive relationship. All right. He's prepared to countersue, so there will be a countersuit. Shannon Sharpe is supposed to reverse Uno the hell out of Miss Gabriella. You guys know she's also being represented by no good slum attorney Tony Buzbee, which is a whole gag in and of itself, girl. That almost discredits her whole shit all by itself. But you guys know there's going to be a major difference in the way we feel in a court of opinion versus the court of law. All right. And you guys know that black people don't have the liberty of standing their ground. Black people do not have the luxury of being seen as innocent, and the facts that support black people's plight mean nothing typically to white America. Hence why Carmelo Anthony is going through what he's going through with Austin McCaff, who he defended himself against rightfully, okay? And now he's being criminally charged and is having to fight for his life, unfortunately. And racist America is turning that case into a black and white case instead of making it about self-defense, which is what the hell it was about. So Shannon Sharpe got some things to worry about. Now, as everybody and their mama is coming out against Shannon Sharpe, you guys know we also revisited Stephanie, who is a former Bad Girls Club. She entered the group chat to slam Shannon Sharpe because he had some choice words for her baby daddy and was talking about this big age gap between her and her baby daddy, who I think also is in his 40s, and was slamming her baby daddy and doing the most, while he now, has been found to be in relations with women twice his junior, okay, or senior, whichever the fuck one it is. All right. Well, the case prior to the Gabriella case that was referenced by Tony Buzbee in the current litigation also now has come to full daylight and surface, girl. We have the amended complaint against Shannon Sharpe by another ex-girlfriend who he dated allegedly for over a decade, who made some horrifying accusations against him, baby. But just like in the Gabriella case, everything is not what it seems. Now, there's going to be a lot of zigzagging we gonna do. I'm just gonna let y'all know already, baby. So y'all put on your tinfoil hats, put on your propeller hats. Baby, this shit is even crazier than the Gabriella, and Michele, baby, is more cuckoo than Gabriella is as well, baby. I'm gonna tell y'all right now, Shannon Sharpe definitely seems to have a type. Not only do he like white women, but he also have a thing for Michelles. There are literally 3 different Michelles. You can tell this a kink nigga because he's very particular and specific. Apparently, there's also audio going around of Shannon Sharpe from a previous podcast episode where he's saying that a woman can't even fart around him. She can't even do number 2 around him. She got to get a lift to go down to the 7-Eleven to use the guest restroom, baby, to even defecate in the toilet, baby. He's a very particular man. Definitely gives someone who is prone, girl, to kink, fetish, dom, sub type of mother dynamics, baby. We also gonna let y'all hear a little bit from attorney Simone Redwine, who also gave her legal perspective, girl, on the Michele Evans Bundy situation, and her weave almost became undamn done just reading the legal doc from Michele Evan Bundy's, baby. Okay, Simone was about to jump out the window with no parachute. My God, today. So it's going to be a lot going on, okay? Now, once again, I need you guys to thumbs up. I need all of that. Please run it up, girl. If you're in the building, hit the like button and please share the stream out, okay? Also, Mitch McConnell, a.k.a. Shannon Netta Sharpe's attorney, Lenny Davis, girl, released another statement dealing with some of the recent stories that have come up. And I guess let's go ahead and get into the lawyer, girl. Baby, who working overtime? He gonna be, if he wasn't rich prior to representing Shannon Sharpe, he gonna be rich by the time this is all said and done, girl, because his ass is working night and day because what? Big wheels do keep on turning, girl. So Shannon Sharpe attorney Laney Davis, who also represented no other than former President Bill Clinton, made this public post concerning some of the old cases coming up against Shannon. We're also going to get into another incident regarding Shannon Sharpe and a female co-worker that he was accused of choking out, that he settled with as well. Girl, it's a mess, y'all. It's a very convoluted mess, all right? The attorney on behalf of Shannon Sharpe said this: "It should be of no surprise that when someone famous is in the news, all sorts of people crawl out of the woodwork to share their connection to that person in an attempt to profit from the alleged relationship," attorney Michele Sculpture said in a statement. Okay, so this is a different attorney. "In many cases, those stories or accusations are nothing more than old news, fanciful exaggerations, or sometimes blatant misrepresentations of fact. They are shared on social media or fed to reporters with intentional factual omissions and no regard for the truth. This is obviously purposeful, designed to create a fabricated narrative. This is exactly what is happening to Shannon Sharpe, and the resurrection of the case involving Michele Evans is a perfect example. Sadly, Miss Evans became obsessed with Shannon and decided to manufacture a claim against him. When she could not find a lawyer to pursue her outrageous story, she filed a civil complaint on her own that is completely devoid of merit. The fact is that Shannon has had no contact with this person for many years, and it is our understanding that she is still on probation after serving 3 years in prison for trying to unalive her goddamn husband, baby, so that she could hopefully pursue a relationship to Shannon Sharpe." Girl, and it is true. But we're going to get into all that. We're going to get into Michele, baby, because big wheels keep on turning. All right, now, I'm going to try to do some chronological stuff here. A little bit. Okay, let's get the smaller incidences out the way first. So let's talk about this situation where Shannon Sharpe was accused of choking a female co-worker, okay? Because this is something that's also resurrecting currently in the news, all right? Courtesy of yardbarker.com, Shannon Sharpe was accused of choking co-worker. This was written up yesterday, actually. A new alleged incident involving Shannon Sharpe has come to light after a woman recently filed a lawsuit against the Hall of Fame tight end. A woman filed a lawsuit in Nevada, we already know all that. On Thursday, Ryan, whoever the hell this last name is, a Front Office Sports reported on a separate alleged incident that involved Sharpe when Sharpe was still the co-host of Undisputed on Fox Sports 1. Sharpe was accused of choking a female production assistant while the two were at work. There was no lawsuit filed, but a source told the anchor that Sharpe paid the woman a six-figure settlement. A representative for Sharpe denied that the 56-year-old choked anyone, but acknowledged that there was an issue that had been resolved. Quote, "There was no incident of choking involving Shannon on the Fox First Sport 1 set. On one occasion, he had a few colleagues who were involved in some light physical interaction in a playful context," the representative told Front Office Sports. Fox Sports later chose to resolve the matter privately for further details. "We recommend contacting Fox directly." It is unclear when the alleged incident took place, but it was at some point during Sharpe's run as co-host of Undisputed from 2016 to 2023. Sharpe has vehemently denied all of the allegations from his current accuser and said the lawsuit is an attempted shakedown. He announced on Thursday that he is temporarily stepping away from ESPN, but maintained his innocence. Okay, then it gets into the Michele lawsuit, which we're going to be reading. One of many of her damn amended complaints against Shannon, girl. This amended complaint, she actually wrote up against Shannon, representing herself pro se while she was in prison for attempted murder of her husband in an attempt to get back to running and stalking Shannon Sharpe, girl. Because they're madly in love. My God, today. So before we go any further, y'all know what I gotta do, girl. I gotta ask a poll question, girl. Shannon Sharpe denied any wrongdoing in this alleged choking incident. This was apparently a situation where this was some light, physical, playful banter between co-workers, and for whatever reason, one of the co-workers who was playfully choked in this physical banter took up issue. The matter was settled financially. There was no literal lawsuit filed, and that was that. I'm going to ask you guys if you believe, do you believe Shannon tried to seriously hurt this co-worker by choking her to death? Okay, I'm asking y'all what y'all believe. There's the poll. Do you believe Shannon tried to seriously hurt this co-worker by choking her to death? Okay. Okay. We got a large no. Okay. We got not 79 to 80% no. Y'all do not believe he meant any harm and that it was playful physical banter taken out of context, because that's what Coretta Scott Karens do, baby. This is just what they gonna give, girl, okay? And you would think that Shannon Sharpe would, at this point, have learned his lesson by playing with them snow bunnies, honey, playing in the snow. But he just can't get enough of the cocoa. All right. So the majority of y'all do not believe that he meant any harm. All right, let's move it along, child. To Miss Michele Evans Bundy, okay? Former NFL star Shannon Sharpe's accuser said we dated for years. Now, this is her second amended complaint. It was filed last year. And girl, it's a lot going on with this lady, y'all, okay? This is another Michele, and no, this is a different Michele than the one who was on that Instagram leak last year, okay? This is Michele Evans Bundy, or Michele Bundy Evans, all right? Crazy bitch, okay? Let's get to the nuts and bolts of her claim. Now, let me tell you something. I kind of briefly read over this before I got up here, y'all. Let me tell you something, girl. I was gagged. This woman, it's the way she words and narrates. It's so poetic, girl, that I was just screaming at the language in which she used, child. Okay, this is a woman who was really getting her curating on, girl. Okay, when she was painting this picture for the court, child. Now, remember, she amended this complaint while her ass was already in prison for attempted murder of her husband. Still trying to stand on Shannon's neck, even from prison, in a whole separate case. This is the background of her case, according to her. In the month of September of 2010, the presence of the defendant was noted within my residential abode. At this juncture, we had been engaged in an intimate relationship of considerable duration, nearing a decade. A dispute had arisen, provoked by my recent and unsettling revelation that Shannon had clandestinely introduced another woman into his domicile. Bitch, you better talk. You better talk, bitch. Baby, Michele might be half-ass crazy girl, but baby, that bitch know how to write, baby. Okay, whenever I need her ass to write up a damn civil suit or write up some shit for me, baby, I'm getting Michele Evans on the motherfucking line. And yes, y'all heard it right. This is another white woman in distress who is pissed and pressed as hell that Shannon allegedly was committing infidelities on her girl, which is a similar running theme in the litigation currently against Shannon by Gabriella, who is seemingly pissed the fuck off at the whole Michele leak of Instagram and cheating last year, girl. So these are very disgruntled white female lovers. She goes on to say, a fact which he had deliberately concealed from me. Amidst this contentious exchange, Shannon expressed a desire to engage in sexual relations. My response was unequivocally negative, articulated thusly, quote, no, because you gave it to someone else. My God today, baby. Notwithstanding my clear objection, the defendant proceeded to forcefully subdue me, compelling me to my knees, and subsequently engaging in non-consensual oral penetration. Despite my protests, he persisted in his violation. Consumed by fear and the perplexing nature of his actions, I harbored a deep-seated apprehension that resistance would participate further detrimental. You better fucking talk your shit, Bundy! Bundy! Bitch, you better talk your shit, bitch! This woman had to write some R&B hits, girl. Y'all need to go check the credentials of some of the best Whitney Houston, Mariah Carey, Boys to Men, Heartbreak Love Song, baby. This bitch is writing, bitch. This is what you call good writing. Put the use, baby. You better talk your shit, Miss Bundy. God damn. This woman is talking, bitch. Thereafter, Shannon's coercion escalated as he maneuvered me onto the bed and achieved non-consensual vaginal penetration, all the while proclaiming his intent to, quote, make it so no man would want me. I was bereft, baby. When Miss Bundy used the word bereft, it literally changed my life. I had to text one of the boyfriends that my fiance is allowing me to have and said, tonight, I want you to subdue me and bereft me, baby. Baby, when that woman said bereft, girl, bereft is now my new damsel in distress word, girl. I need to be bereft, baby. Okay, the Trump administration is berefting me, baby. When y'all. See, typically when the universe makes somebody crazy as hell, it alley-oops by giving them an optimal gift in exchange for being crazy. For Michele, baby, it is these country song blues and rhythm as lyrics that just come organic to her communication style, bitch. Okay, if y'all start to hear me from this point on in the future of Consciouztv, girl, talking all poetically and shit like I'm Maya Angelou and shit, okay, it was inspired, girl, by Miss Bundy. Oh yes, it was. Now let's deal with her claiming that Shannon said that he was going to make it so no other man would want me, girl. Was he talking about tearing that booty hole up? Was he talking about, remixing her coochie in a way, baby, that you gonna know that a black man had been there? No other conquistadorian man would ever be able to enjoy the backside of Miss Bundy after Shannon had been done, baby. Okay, what y'all think making so no other man will want her? She goes on to say, I was bereft of understanding as to his meaning, yet acutely aware that my voice dissent had been wantonly disregarded. Okay, y'all, I'm not gonna make it, y'all. I'm not gonna make it, bitch. I can't even get past being impressed to even get into this girl. Are y'all getting into this? Are y'all getting into this girl? This whole sentence alone is Harvard University, girl. I was bereft of understanding as to his meaning, yet acutely aware that my voice dissent had been wantonly disregarded. Baby, let me tell you something, baby. This baby Bundy turning Shannon Sharpe ass every which way but motherfucking loose, girl, in this write-up. In the aftermath of these heinous acts, Shannon's comportment took me a more menacing turn. He levied threats of ruin, declaring that any attempt on my part to disclose his transgressions would be met with a comprehensive campaign to use, quote, everyone I know to destroy you. Given Shannon's extensive acquaintances, the gravity of this threat loomed large, enduring an intensified state of fear within me in response to his unrelenting harassment, which persisted even during my hours of employment. I sought and obtained judicial relief in the form of a protective order, Exhibit KK. This legal safeguard was subsequently relinquished when the defendant engaged in an act of doxing, maliciously exposing my personal address through court documents. The subsequent media exposure engendered a profound concern for the safety of both myself and my kin. It is within this filing that I break my silence regarding these matters, having heretofore refrained from filing a formal police report, bitch. The media narrative that emerged was rife with defamatory commentary, assailing my professional reputation with particular emphasis on my prior collaborative endeavors with the defendant, as delineated in Exhibit Y. Moreover, allegations fabricated by the defendant's formal intimate acquaintance. Here's the third Michele, y'all. Michele Bashner. Now we have a third Michele entering into the group chat. All right. We have the Michele that got fucked down on Instagram. We got the Michele who been in a alleged 10-year relationship, sitting from prison for attempted unalivement of her husband so that she can get back to her romance with Shannon girl, Michele Bundy. And now Michele Bundy, 10-year lover, is claiming that another former ex-girlfriend of Shannon named Michele Bashner was weaponized against her and slandered her accordingly on behalf of Shannon. So now we got three damn Michelles. Now, is Michele Bashner the alleged ex-girlfriend? The Michele that was fucked down in the IG Live? We know that it wasn't Michele Bundy. We know that it wasn't Miss Evans. But could that Michele Bashner, could she have been recycled coochie? You know, because sometimes we circle the block on our exes. I know I keep ex-boyfriends in rotation. Okay? That's what kept my body count down, you know, all 39 years of my life, girl. When I was single, I would just, you know, still sit on the face of my exes. You know, I'm too nasty to just be out here, you know, trying to find a concubine every other night, baby. So I got to keep my nastiness confined, okay, to men I've already had intimate, you know, emotional, mental relationship to. So could Shannon have been circling the block with Michele Bashner, who was allegedly out here slandering Michele Bundy? Or, girl, is that Michele in the IG Live a whole separate Michele? The man got a thing for the Michelles. Lovely Sweetie says Michele Bundy's cousin on her father's side is Ted Bundy. Okay, so this might explain the homicidal, gang-stalking nature of Michele Bundy, bitch. It's because she got psychomanic DNA running through her goddamn veins. I was trying to wonder if she had any kinship to the infamous serial killer, Ted Bundy. Wow. So she's a descendant of another crazy motherfucker. That explains her crazy ass. My God, today. I told y'all this was going to be zigzag as hell, y'all. I told y'all it was going to be a lot of moving parts, baby. Ain't nothing black and white aside from the defendants and the plaintiffs in these cases, but everything in the middle, bitch, is giving Skittles rainbow, girl. It's all type of craziness going the fuck. Baby, this shit is crazy. It's crazy, y'all. All right? She goes on to say about Michele Bessner, with whom I had a professional engagements as evidence in Exhibit F were compounded by fabrications. From Thane Davis, a vehement supporter of the defendant and the Denver Broncos, animated by personal grievance. These accusations must be contemplated within the context of the defendant's articulated threat to wield his connections as instruments of my destruction, despite the portrayal of my living circumstances by the media as whatever the fuck that word is, okay? I was in fact the proprietor of a residence situated on 3 acres in the state of Georgia, and I maintained a leased dwelling in proximity to my place of employment. So I guess, girl, they was out here saying that this bitch is trailer park trash and living in a water well in the middle of a goddamn field, baby. Miss Bundy says, oh, no, ma'am. She was a professional. She was living in the Chateau Charest, and she was actually living in very close proximity to her place of employment. In 2014, the defendant directed his steps toward the premises of my then employer, Turner Broadcasting. Herein, he made an appearance on the CNN broadcast, quote, State of the Union, Exhibit 1 for transcripts as furnished by CNN. His discourse thereon encompassed the issue of domestic violence within the ranks of National Football League players. During this segment, the program's moderator made a cursory reference to Shannon's historical entanglements with domestic violence allegations, noting that he had a case that was completely dropped. Regrettably, this account omitted the critical detail that it was I who had rescinded the order. Whilst my identity was not directly invoked, the aforementioned appearance participated a ripple effect, inspiring the nationally televised Saturday Night Live to concoct a satirical vendetta predicated upon Shannon's interview, State of the Union, as evidence in Exhibit H. This skit alluded to his legal predicaments dating back to 2010, which were indisputably connected to our judicial encounter. Baby, so this woman is claiming that Saturday Night Live took the general reference from Shannon Sharpe with his dispute and entanglement with Miss Bundy and did a whole entire skit that led to her embarrassment, and that it was a misrepresentation of the case because the restraining order in question was dropped by her, not because the defendant is innocent or anything of the such. At that period, my professional responsibilities entailed the dissemination of CNN's video content on their official YouTube channel. It was through the execution of these duties that I became cognizant of Shannon's televised discussion. The discovery was, to articulate it mildly, perturbing. In close temporal proximity to this event, my tenure at Turner Broadcasting was abruptly terminated under the guise of a layoff, post which I have been subjected to prolonged unemployment, bereft of the capacity to secure gainful employment. Since the occasion of Shannon's CNN interview, he has incessantly resurrected the narrative of our shared past on various public forums, including television, radio, and social media platforms. In moments when the public discourse pivots to the misconduct of celebrated sports personalities, Shannon opportunistically interjects himself into the dialogue, often hinting or unequivocally alleging that my accusations were fabrications. The defendant has both spoken of and demonstrated his resort to force when he does not get what he wants within an intimate partner. Exhibit I. In 2015, I entered into the sacred bonds of matrimony. Bitch, you better talk. Subsequent to this union, it became my woeful burden to endure acts of domestic violence of a grievous nature perpetuated by my spouse. To rationalize his reprehensive conduct, he frequently invoked the name of the defendant. Therefore, in 2017, I endeavored a flight from the oppressive clutches of my husband, an attempt that culminated disastrously. In the midst of my effort to flee, he leapt upon the conveyance, resulting in a vehicular mishap wherein he sustained injuries. I like this bitch, y'all. I like her, girl. I like Ted Bundy's first cousin, bitch. Am I out of order? I like her, y'all. Baby, this is what I call pure delusion, girl. Pure full on delusion, and I am here for every bit of it, girl. Hold on, baby. Baby, I gotta read that one more time, baby. You, Bundy, girl, you better write your shit, bitch. You better write your motherfucking shit, bitch. Let's do it. Hold on, y'all. I need to get a sip of water, baby. Y'all thumbs up, baby. We're working. Thumbs up. Let me take a sip, girl. Because all this reading has bereft me. Hold on. Bitch, I'm a fan. I need to put money on this bitch books. Somebody find her PayPal and her JPay. Somebody find her JPay, baby. I'm going to have to put money on this bitch books, baby. I'm here for it. I am here for it. Girl, okay, let's go over that line one more time, baby, because it's just so iconic. It's so iconic, girl, to describing her homicidal attempt against her husband. In 2017, I endeavored a flight from the oppressive, hold on, let's go all the way back. In 2015, 2 years prior, I entered into the sacred bonds of matrimony. Subsequent to this union, it became my woeful burden to endure acts of domestic violence of a grievous nature perpetuated by my spouse. To rationalize his reprehensive conduct, he frequently invoked the name of the defendant. In 2017, I endeavored a flight from the oppressive clutches of my husband, an attempt that culminated disastrously. In the midst of my effort to flee, he leapt upon the conveyance. Leapt upon the conveyance. Y'all. Somebody get this bitch an Oscar, a Grammy, a Golden Globe, at the very least, bitch, a $5 certificate to the cafeteria so she can get her some milk and cookies, bitch. Where is this woman's Golden Globe, girl? In an effort to flee, he leapt upon the conveyance, resulting in a vehicular mishap wherein he sustained injuries. Baby, y'all better thumbs up, girl. Y'all better thumbs up, girl. So this woman is claiming that she conveniently entered into another abusive relationship and got married, and within 2 years attempted to flee because her then husband was taunting her in their verbal disputes by using Shannon Sharpe's name to harass her, which triggered her ass to run his motherfucking ass over. But in her narrative, her side of the story, girl, is that she was fleeing her oppressor, and he got in the way of her flight, and therefore she just flew over his ass. And is sitting in prison on Shannon Sharpe's neck, writing her second amended complaint instead of fighting her goddamn case, baby. Screaming. This is Ted Bundy's cousin, y'all. My God, today. She goes on to say, the authorities thereafter levied charges of assault against me, owing to the jurisdiction of New York's legislative framework, which does not recognize the principle of self-defense. I was compelled to enter into a plea agreement. Subsequent to this, I was afforded a mitigation of sentence pursuant to the merits of the Domestic Violence Survivors Justice Act, a clemency granted post a judicial proceeding in which I demonstrated the extent of my husband's maltreatment, Exhibit X. In an attempt to exacerbate the severity of my judicial sentencing, the defendant proffered not merely once, but a pair of sworn affidavits replete with falsities to the presiding courts. The adjudiciary process was protracted well into the year 2022, an extension necessitated by the encumbrances of COVID-19 pandemic, amongst other delaying factors. I was coerced to take this plea by my lawyer, who did not disclose an existing conflict of interest in regards to the defendant, neither to the court nor the plaintiff as required. In addition, the plaintiff was threatened by the presiding assistant district attorney, Jesse Matthews, that if she testified at the grand jury hearing, he would not take the domestic violence into account. Plaintiff's lawyer then refused to allow plaintiff to testify, her being the plaintiff. The plaintiff may have never been indicted, never been indicted, had she been given the chance to testify. Now, bitch, I was listening to Simone Redwine, girl, okay, attorney Simone, girl, who was losing her damn mind at this woman's bullshit and her attempt to be a pro se self-representing as attorney, making a goddamn fool of herself. And attorney Simone had made it clear that this woman had lost her damn mind, because nowhere ever do attorneys allow their clients to testify before a grand jury. Okay, and as you guys see here, this woman is claiming all type of conspiracy from her own attorneys, the Shannon's attorneys. Okay, but the gag about it is lawyers largely do not advise their clients to testify before a grand jury, because it would waive your right to incriminate yourself if you do so. So you instead just shut the fuck up. But because she's a self-appointed lawyer girl who spent 2 days in the prison library thinking she damn Johnny Cochran, and then wondering why her ass couldn't find nobody to represent her goofy ass in the aftermath of the mess of it all, baby. Sky fucking Raymond, y'all. Sky Raymond. She goes on. In January of 2023, the defendant caused a scene at an NBA Lakers game and got into a heated argument with some of the players. Exhibit L. Afterwards, the defendant was quoted by ESPN Exhibit Q. Quote, "They didn't want the smoke, Dave. They do all the talking and jockeying, and I ain't about the jockeying. It started with Dylan Brooks. I said he was too small to guard LeBron. He said F me. I said F you back. He started to come at me. I said, you don't want these problems. And then Ja came out of nowhere talking. He definitely didn't want these problems. Then the dad came, and he obviously didn't want no problems. But I wanted anything they had. They let these fools fool you now. The defendant did this on national television in front of children present, not caring about anyone but himself. Did you care about that husband, baby, who you were trying to send to the Father, Son, and the Holy Daughter when he leapt upon the convenient sugar? Imagine what he would be willing to do behind closed doors with nobody watching. The defendant has inaugurated a podcasting conduit on the digital video sharing platform known as YouTube, denominated Nightcap. In an episode recently promulgated, the defendant wilts, reflecting upon interactions with an undisclosed female, conceded on the record, quote, "I just couldn't leave her alone." She goes, "Shannon, why can't you leave me alone?" Exhibit DD. Thereafter, the defendant elected to articulate a rejoinder, employing a maxim renowned for his attribution to a pantheon of distinguished writers and philosophers. Such an unequivocal concession by the defendant dovetails precisely with the averments preferred by the plaintiff as set forth in the instant. Baby, I don't even know what the hell this woman said, but whatever it was, baby, it was smart, bitch. I don't even know what the hell this woman just said, bitch, but whatever it was, girl, it was iconic, girl. I don't even know, but I couldn't even tell you, bitch, what she just illustrated to us, child. But whatever it was smart, baby. She goes on to say, pursuant to another dissemination of Nightcap Exhibit CC, the defendant is captured on video declaring, quote, "Don't ask me about none of my exes, because I'm going to tell you they're great." This revelation by the defendant effectively obliterates any remaining vestige of uncertainty with regard to the character and extent of the interactions by the plaintiff in regards to the defendant as an alleged herein. Okay, baby? So she's saying that the general statement that Sharpe made, that he would basically speak well of all of his exes, proves her point, girl. That all of his claims about her being a stalking, weirdo, lying-ass bitch is completely eradicated. You better work it, bitch. You better find every line. You better find every verse, bitch. You better find every statement he ever made, any transcript, bitch, to vindicate yourself. Yes, mama. This is what you call fighting for your motherfucking life, bitch. Okay, baby? If you ain't fighting for your life like this from prison, baby, your ass wanna be there. This is what it looks and sounds like when you fighting for your life. In the wake of the initiation of these legal proceedings, it has come to light that the defendant was subjected to additional litigation of a similar nature. Notably, the defendant was entangled in a lawsuit for defamation, instigated by the esteemed former National Football League quarterback, Mr. Brett Favre, in the state of Mississippi. The defendant's assertion, as articulated in judicial submissions, was that the process of service was not duly executed. In a decisive rebuttal, Mr. Favre furnished the adjudicating authority with incontrovertible photographic evidence extracted from video footage unequivocally depicting the defendant in the act of being served in accordance with legal protocols. Ms. Favre's submission of this incontrovertible evidence, designated Exhibits G, lays bare the defendant's promulgation of manifestly false representations of official court filings, casting severe aspersions on the defendant's testimonial integrity, baby. I don't know what the hell this woman even talking about right now, baby, but I could just read from Bundy, the Bible of Bundy all day, baby, and just be inspired, baby. I don't even know what the hell I'm inspired to do, baby, but just reading, girl, just inspires me. Michele Evans' victim impact statement, Exhibit EE, and financial loss statement help illuminate the ongoing struggle she has faced as a result of the defendant's actions, some of which are laid out as follows. Okay, this is the cause of action include libel, slander, defamation, slander of a woman, intentional infliction of emotional distress, negligent infliction of emotional distress. Now, mind you, Bundy is representing herself, girl, per se. Nobody won't fuck with her. Nobody won't fuck with her ass, baby, okay? Representing. Shout out to my baby father, Hakeem. For the over dancing piece of child support check. Thank you, baby father. Y'all know, baby. Y'all can smash the PayPal. PayPal.me/Consciouztv and or hit a ninja up on the Cash App. $Consciouztv, spelled just how it is here on the platform. Love you guys. Thank you. Long time, honey. Show love to them up. Okay. Let me put this up here. Boom. Right there for your viewing pleasure. Plaintiff hereby repeats and realleges each allegation contained in paragraphs 1 through 20 under the heading background as if fully set forth herein. Defendant wrote affidavit stating the following false allegations, including but not limited to: 1, Miss Evans stalked and harassed me between March of 2010 and October of 2021. That's a long ass, baby. That's a whole that's 11 years. Damn. In 2010, when I refused to go to Miss Evans' apartment, she threatened me and I said I would regret it. 3, Miss Evans called the police and falsely accused me of rape. 4, she also called my place of employment and made some false allegations. The statements preferred by the defendant within the sworn affidavits duly notarized were presented as factual attestations rather than subjective opinions. Such statements are categorically defamatory and are tantamount to malicious falsehoods, as is substantiated by the exhibits marked B, C, and Z. It is acknowledged that I initiated contact with the defendant from the Rikers Island Correctional Facility. The purpose of this communication, though, was to issue a clear and unambiguous caution to the defendant that should be perpetuate falsehoods, I would initiate civil proceedings in response. I expressly communicated the potential legal consequences of his actions, baby. This bitch was on Shannon's neck from Rikers Island, baby. A hardcore New York prison facility, bitch. I'm screaming. I'm screaming, y'all. I'm sorry. This shit is so... all this shit with Shannon, girl, from the newbie to the oldie to the girl, it's all so over the top and ridiculous and all outside the lines. I don't know how we're remotely supposed to take the absurdity of all these damn people, girl. Shannon is the extreme with his goddamn white woman fetish and being into damn BDSM, girl, and like the strap holes up and dog collars, baby. The exes are crazy and cuckoo and sex workers and reporting live from Rikers Island, bitch. Where Tyler Perry at? We gonna need the live animated version, baby, of Shannon Sharpe's sex life. Shout out to baby mother Teresa for working Coretta Scott Karen's letter. Period. We got 3 Michelles. The Instagram Michele Bundy, Ted Bundy's goddamn cousin, girl. And then we got Michelle Brasner, who is a Shannon Sharpe ex that, according to Michele Bundy, was used to slander her ass accordingly as well. She goes on. The defendant has misrepresented the substance of our discussion, suggesting an interpretation that diverges from reality. He was fully cognizant of the identity of the caller, as standard protocol of the correctional institution requires the disclosure of the inmate's identity to the call recipient, with an additional provision enabling the recipient to refuse further communications if they so choose. Furthermore, my legal counsel has publicly declared that she has expressly directed me to make contact with the defendant. The defendant engaged in conduct that suggested an attempt to evade direct communications by feigning unavailability at his known telephone number when I endeavored to reach him on behalf of my attorney. She has an attorney, but she's claiming her attorney is directing her to make direct and intimate contact with who she's making a defendant in this case. Baby, this lady is out of her god, baby. You know, baby, I ain't never want to do drugs in my life, baby, but I would not mind hitting a smidget, baby, of the rock this bitch on, baby. Baby, whatever she on, baby, it's some good, solid shit, bitch. Whatever Miss Bundy is on, baby, she on that pure rock, girl. She on that pure rock, girl. She has endeavored upon pure rock, honey. Baby, Miss Bundy is with the shit. Kundalini energy all day. In pursuit of clarity, I procured a detailed report from whitepages.com pertinent to the defendant's telephone number as evidence in Exhibit J. Upon presenting this information to the defendant, I inquired to the necessity for the contentious interactions in every exchange. The defendant then endeavored to cast my actions in a malign light, implying malevolent intent on my part as documented in Exhibit B. While the defendant alleges that I transmitted upwards of 200 messages to him on a single day, referred to Exhibit 8. Such an event, if it did indeed transpire, must be understood in the context of the defendant's egregiously abusive behavior and his deliberate actions designed to inflict emotional distress as detailed in Exhibits T, U, V, and W. It is critical to underscore that the defendant neither utilized available mechanisms to impede my messages, nor did he sever personal ties with me. His engagements and conversations with me during my tenure at Rikers, coupled with his failure to activate call blocking functions, unequivocally demonstrate that his portrayal of an aggrieved party is inconsistent with his volatile interactions. In point of fact, it was the defendant who initiated the last correspondences between us, even subsequent to my explicit instruction that he should direct any communication through. So she been told on behalf of her attorney to contact him herself directly so that she can tell him directly to consult with her attorney. Girl! Yeah. And then don't even deny sending the man over 200 messages in one day, but instead says, let me explain. Bitch, I want all of Ted Bundy's lineage locked the hell up, bitch. Them people are an endangerment to public safety, bitch. Okay? We're going to need everybody sharing Ted Bundy DNA, girl, to just go ahead, child, and also be locked away and sane without the damn luxury of being able to write. Don't give them folk no goddamn number 2 pencil, bitch. They don't need no canvas to write on, girl. Don't give them no stamps to lick, no envelopes, girl. Don't envelope privilege, don't nothing, Miss Ma'am. I'm going to need Donald Trump to overhaul the Bundy family at an executive level, girl, because they out here showing their motherfucking ass, baby. My God, today. She goes on to say, the document denoted as Exhibit C was only recently made accessible to me on the 15th day of May in the year of 2023, as my legal representatives had previously withheld it, owing to concerns regarding its potential detrimental impact on my psychological well-being. This delay explains the absence of the statements contained within Exhibit C. From my preliminary legal submission, I was until that date uninformed of the specific content of the defendant's written assertions. The defendant, with a significant following exceeding 1 million individuals on the social media platform Twitter, issued several statements that, when read by an ordinary individual, engender the erroneous belief that I had been apprehended for leveling false allegations of sexual assault and for engaging in acts of harassment against him. Nevertheless, I categorically affirm that I neither initiated contact with law enforcement regarding the defendant's sexual misconduct, nor filed any such police report, thereby negating any possibility of arrest for fabricating such claims. Now, this is the gag. Bitch, that was a better narrative than the actual truth for why your black ass was arrested. Girl, the Holy Spirit gave your ass a way out, okay, by trying to give you a cover story for sitting in prison for attempted vehicular homicide, baby. And instead said, okay, you can instead have the people thinking you down there for simply harassing this goddamn man. I think I would have took the harassment narrative over the truth in this damn case for why my black ass was down there at Rikers damn Island. Additionally, there exists no record of the defendant submitting any formal complaint of stalking against me, further invalidating any suggestion of my arrest on such grounds. Babe, I love how this woman is defending the petty narrative put out by allegedly Shannon and his fans, and is actually rebuking this narrative as if it's any better that she is downstairs in Rikers Island for 10 years for attempted vehicular homicide. Make it make sense. Within the defamatory tweet in question, the defendant was engaging in a dialogue with NFL player Antonio Brown, known by the Twitter moniker at AB84. A response to a tweet Brown has disseminated. Refer to Exhibit D for context. The defendant's rejoinder to Mr. Brown is documented in Exhibit E. It is of critical note that the time a defendant's tweets was published, I was incarcerated, and this remained unaware of the defendant's injurious actions until my subsequent release. Beyond the slanderous nature of the content, the defendant's communication also misrepresented the dismissal of the order as being attributed to reasons other than my own volition to have it rescinded. To corroborate my assertions, the Atlanta Police Special Victims Unit, contactable at this number here, can verify that no report of sexual assault was lodged by me. I have solicited Sergeant Klein to furnish me with official document, baby. Yes, furnish official documentation to affirmatively demonstrate that I did not file a sexual assault report against the defendant as evidence in Exhibit Z. Thus, the defendant published a false and defamatory statement of fact 2 regarding me, the plaintiff, which were published to third parties, and 4 which resulted in injury to me, the plaintiff. My reputation was it was damaged, girl. Not you damn near trying to kill your husband. But Shannon Sharpe referring to you in a general, unnamed way, girl. It's what's damaging, baby. Not your mugshots for attempted homicide. And wasn't the first time her ass got locked up, y'all. She done been in and out of jail for all type of shit. Assault, stalking, all type of shit. Allegedly, baby, because the bitch ain't about to be suing me. Allegedly. Also, Shannon's false statements were used against me in a sentencing hearing. My lawyer informed me that the defendant damaged my case. I was subsequently sent to prison where I endured physical and emotional abuse, baby. Okay, she's going to be suing the goddamn prison system next. Cause of action. Plaintiff hereby repeats and realleges such allegations contained on the second amended complaint as if fully set forth herein. The defendant, in a statement to the Assistant District Attorney Jesse Matthews, acknowledged the existence of our past relationship, yet proceeded to tarnish my reputation with allegations of abuse, characterizing the behavior as coercively controlled. The defendant, an accusation that is both unfounded and defamatory. The assertion that I exercise controlling influence over Shannon is without basis. It was perplexing at the time to discern the rationale behind Mr. Matthews' allegation in a court of law that I was the cause of Shannon's suspension from his employment. This confusion was dispelled only upon my acquisition of Exhibit C, wherein I discovered Shannon's unfounded claim that I had initiated contact with his employer, a claim that is categorically false. Moreover, the defendant has lodged additional unsubstantiated allegations that I had issued threats toward him. These allegations were falsely attributed to me by Mr. Matthews, stemming from an interview with the defendant, and are erroneously documented in Exhibit AA. The statements that I purportedly made to the defendant are as follows. Quote, if you don't come over here today, you're going to regret it. 2, threatened our child. 3, moving to be close to him. Additionally, the defendant has insinuated with no factual basis that my relocation to New York was orchestrated with the intent of maintaining proximity to him. This insinuation is categorically false. In truth, my move to New York was professionally motivated, executed by IMG Sports and Entertainment for the specific purpose of developing the website of Tiger Woods, a task aligned with my professional expertise and responsibilities. The defendant has promulgated a spurious assertion that the plaintiff succumbed to irrationality upon his alleged declaration of a desire to terminate their romantic engagement. It is a common stratagem, one rooted in manipulation, for individuals to derogate another's mental stability, therefore sowing seeds of doubt and eschewing accountability for their conduct. This tactic serves to unjustly discredit and nullify the legitimate emotions, perspectives, or experiences of the other party, effectively stifling dissent or confrontation. Evidence will show that the relationship between the defendant and the plaintiff was marked by vitality, with both parties initiating terminations of their union on a near monthly basis throughout the duration of their involvement. Okay, baby. So the basically saying, baby, they was in a it's complicated situation, as substantiated by exhibits T, U, V, and W. The frequency and regularity of these disruptions speak to a pattern of persistent discord rather than any alleged derangement on the part of herself. The defendant has been on national television on several occasions implying or stating that I am lying. He said he didn't do anything to her because he wasn't sued, and this is proof. The statement made the following false statements. The defendant made the following false statements on Fox Sports national television show, Undisputed, on or about August 19th of 2022. 1. Skip me just a second. I had a very similar accusation happen to me in 2010. It was proven to be untrue. 2. Hold on, y'all. Oh, wow, baby. Okay, baby. We got intel. We got some more intel in a whole separate situation, girl. All right, baby. Goddamn. Baby, it's going to be a good day, y'all. It's going to be Good Friday, baby. It's going to be a good, messy Friday, y'all. 2, Skip last September on an attorney from the Manhattan's DA office calls me. Shannon, we want you to such and such. But the woman that accused me, she had run over her husband, almost kills him. He wanted me to testify. 3, quote, I said I want nothing to do with this. I said I'm done with the situation. I said I'm out of the Michele Bundy business. Leave me alone. 4, quote, somehow she got word that they had reached out to me. She started reaching out to me, texting me, threatening me. 5, quote, I want nothing to do with it. This thing got nothing to do with me. 6, quote, he said, well, you can come testify. I said, no, I'm not going to testify. I say, but I will sign a sworn affidavit. Now, for me, Skip, I left that alone because I know I didn't do anything to that woman. 7, quote, but I bear no hard feelings. I had moved on. The specific statements made by defendant, notably during the broadcast of Undisputed on or about August of 19th of 2022, were slanderous in nature and content. Specifically, defendant falsely articulated that plaintiff had made baseless accusations against him, which were subsequently proven to be untrue, insinuating that plaintiff engaged in fabricating legal charges. The plaintiff did not almost unalive her husband, contrary to the avowals made by the defendant, which purport a desire to remain uninvolved in the matter at hand. The Mr. Sharpe had taken deliberate legal action by submitting not one, but 2 affidavits to the court. These affidavits contain assertions that are both spurious and defamatory in nature. The defendant has levied baseless accusations against the plaintiff, asserting that the plaintiff issued threats against him, claims which are without merit and substantiation. Furthermore, the defendant has advanced unfounded declarations insisting upon his non-involvement in any act that could be construed as harmful or injurious to the plaintiff. These claims stand in stark contrast to the evidentiary record. Moreover, despite proclamations of having disengaged from matters concerning the plaintiff, the defendant has, with notable inconsistency, elected to invoke the plaintiff in discourse across a myriad of public channels. This includes instances subsequent to the imposition of a restraining order in the year of 2010. The defendant's conduct, as evidenced by these discussions, suggests a continued and unyielding preoccupation with the plaintiff, which belies his stated claims of detachment. These declarations, spoken to the presence of and disseminated to a substantial audience number, were not only unfounded and wholly inaccurate, but were also made with a blatant disregard for the truth. The defendant's assertions have been vetted and upon information and belief found to be without merit, therefore establishing the essential elements of slander. The defamatory statements have directly resulted in a quantifiable harm to plaintiff's personal and professional reputation, have exposed plaintiff to public contempt, have induced an evil opinion of her in the minds of right-thinking members of society, and have significantly injured her in her occupation. These following elements of slander and defamation have been proven by the plaintiff. 1. Statement of fact. The defendant uttered a statement of fact, not opinion, that is provably false. 2. Publication. The false statements were spoken to a third party. 3. Identification. The statements were of and concerning the plaintiff. The person hearing the statement easily understands that the defamatory statements refers to the plaintiff. The plaintiff was named directly. Defamatory nature. The statement was defamatory, tending to harm the reputation of the plaintiff or to lower her in the estimation of the community or deter third parties from associating or dealing with her. Falsity. The statements were false. 6. Damages. The plaintiff proved that she suffered special harm, actual damages, such as loss of job or other financial loss as a result of the statements. In New York, slander per se includes statements that tend to injure another in his or her trade, business, or profession, impute unchastity to a woman, even though she ain't provide not one goddamn piece of evidence that there was a link between whatever the hell happened with her goddamn job and the situation at hand. Fault. The plaintiff showed that the defendant was at the least negligent in making the statement. In addition to proving the elements of slander, the aforementioned actions and the defendant's statements unprivileged and maliciously broadcast cause and constituted slander per se, and entitled plaintiff to damages as a matter of law. Plaintiff hereby repeats and alleges each allegation contained in the Second Amendment. Okay, baby, so she just lays it out, baby. Okay? She just lays it out, just, nuance her explanations, girl, of severe emotional distress, slander, of negligence, recklessness. I mean, everything under the sun, bitch. Cause of action for negligent infliction of emotional distress, girl. She wants her $14 million. The conduct of the defendant as participated a state of apprehension regarding my personal safety and has inflicted demonstrable harm upon my professional standing. In the wake of these actions by the defendant, I found it necessary to seek medical intervention for the emotional turmoil I experienced, including but not limited to distress, heightened anxiety, and episodes of panic, all which are directly attributable to the defendant's behavior. Okay? She got causes of defamation, baby. And in conclusion, Plaintiff hereby repeats and alleges each allegation contained in the second amended complaint as it fully set forth herein. Given the gravity and nature of the allegations as outlined in this instant complaint, which are true and factual, the emotional trauma experienced by Michele Evans is considerable and multifaceted. Michele Evans was subjected to non-consensual sexual encounters, which in and of itself is a deeply traumatic experience that has resulted in a long-term psychological harm, post-traumatic stress, disorder, severe anxiety, and depression. The trauma is exacerbated by the public defamatory statements made by Shannon Sharpe, which have led to public humiliation, loss of dignity, and a sense of betrayal. This public aspect of the case caused a feeling of being scrutinized and judged by the broader community, which is incredibly isolating. The psychological repercussions of such a cascade of events are profound. One can posit the development of symptoms akin to those observed in post-traumatic stress disorder, including intrusive thoughts, severe anxiety, and persistent avoidant behaviors. However, given the persistence and interpersonal nature of the trauma, Evans' symptomology may more closely align with the complex PTSD, which includes additional symptoms such as emotional deregulation, a pervasive sense of hopelessness, and a distorted self-concept. Furthermore, threats of ruin and extensive campaign to destroy Evans created a persistent state of fear and insecurity, the loss of employment, inability to find work as a result of Sharpe's influence and public statements compound the emotional distress, contributing to financial instability and a further sense of helplessness and loss of autonomy. Additionally, Evans experiencing domestic violence in a subsequent marriage and the implication that Sharpe's actions influenced her abuser contributed to a sense of ongoing victimization and a lack of safety. The exacerbation of Evans' legal troubles due to Sharpe's involvement, including providing false affidavits, reinforced feelings of injustice and powerlessness, but also led to a deep mistrust of the legal system, baby. This woman is the proverbial victim of it all, baby. The impact of Evans' trauma on her incarceration, including the death of a close family member during her imprisonment, caused profound grief and exacerbated existing emotional distress. Overall, Michele Evans has endured profound emotional distress, the implications of which extend deeply into various facets of her life, including her mental health. I deserve a YouTube plaque. I deserve a YouTube plaque, baby. Ain't nobody giving it up like this on social media, baby. I need my Tommy or whatever the hell it is, baby. I need the things. There is so much to unpack, girl, that I don't even know where to begin with Ted Bundy's real life descendant, girl. A real life descendant of Ted Bundy. In prison for attempted vehicular homicide against her husband, who she alleges she damn near tried to run over for fleeing domestic violence because he was taunting her by bringing up Shannon Sharpe's name out of pettiness, child. From prison in her second amended complaint, baby. Want 14 million whole motherfucking dollars. And blame Shannon for every goddamn thing that ever went wrong in her life, including her trying to unalive her husband, baby. Y'all may be wondering what happened to the lawsuit. Of course, the motherfucker was dismissed. Self-representing girl, because nobody would fuck with her, especially since she was under the belief, girl, that this was conspiratorial between the attorneys, the assistant district prosecutors and attorneys, Shannon Sharpe, girl. Of course, the damn suit was fucking dismissed. And as you already know, she pissed the fuck off that her goddamn restraining order is also dismissed as well. Okay? Even though she's claiming she was the one who rescinded it. Okay, yes. She didn't run him over. He leapt upon the conveyance. She ain't run him over, child, okay? He voluntarily leapt upon the conveyor belt girl. Okay? Bundy says, get her shit right. Okay? Get her shit right, baby. Context matters, girl. The Fulton County Sheriff's Office says a temporary restraining order that was filed against former NFL player Shannon Sharpe last week has been dismissed, according to the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. The former Denver Bronco announced Thursday that he was taking a leave of absence from his NFL analyst position at CBS Sports after MICHELE Bundy accused the former Denver Bronco of sexual assault, claiming that he forced her to have sex with him, threatened her life, stalked her, according to documents obtained by Sports by Brooks. Details regarding why the restraining order was dismissed have not been disclosed. I'm going to assume it has a lot to do with the fact that the bitch was in prison, baby, fighting a 10 to goddamn 30 for vehicular homicide. But, girl, she got exposed by her own friends and acquaintances. The article goes on to say, when some who knew Bundy learned of her accusations, it didn't come as a surprise. Quote, my first reaction was, oh my God, this woman is trying to put the screws to this guy. Troy Holliker, a Denver area acquaintance of the woman, aka MICHELE Bundy, told the Denver Post, quote, everyone knows this is a lie. This is what the woman went out to do. According to Thane Davis, who was another acquaintance of Miss Bundy, said that Bundy was infatuated with Shannon Sharpe, reports the Denver paper. Davis and his wife apparently allowed Miss Bundy to live with their family for a few months, but Davis said Bundy overstayed her motherfucking welcome and was eventually escorted out of their home by police in late June. Remember when I said when we was reading, girl, the complaint from Miss Bundy that the bitch been in prison for attempted goddamn homicide? She done had to be kicked and evicted out of people's homes, girl. The bitch is crazy, okay? She was eventually escorted out of their home by force by police in late June. Quote, she has had some insane idea in her head that he's going to be in a relationship with her, Davis told the Denver paper. Quote, she was fabricating stories against me too, okay? So she not only has a pathology of doing this against Shannon, she obviously has a pathology of doing this against other men in her life, including redefining her attempted vehicular homicide as a result of her husband wanting to be ran over because, according to her, he leapt upon the conveyance. Davis said Bundy met Sharpe when she received media credentials while working for a television station in Denver, giving her access to the Broncos' locker room and games. Oh my God. He claimed Bundy lived in New York for approximately 5 years before returning to Denver this year, and more recently moving to the Atlanta area, according to the Denver Post. Sharpe is under consideration for the NFL Hall of Fame. He won 2 Super Bowl rings with the Broncos and with the Baltimore Ravens. Okay, baby? So all of her goddamn associates stand in solidarity with Shannon Sharpe, that this woman is weird, obsessive, she's crazy, she suffers from single white female syndrome. The bitch got federal cases against the whole 9, bitch. Other people done had to be. Baby, other people that had to call the police on this bitch. So we got a poll question. We got a poll question, y'all. Do y'all believe, now that y'all have seen all of this, girl? Oh, and let me tell you, let me put up a visual of this bitch. Because, baby, she looks exactly how she writes, baby. Okay? Baby, look at Michele, girl. Just gone with the wind. Look at her. Look at them curls. Look at them bangs. Look at that contour, girl. This bitch is giving nasty country songwriter, baby. Look at her. Look at Michele, girl. This is classic white woman, baby. Gone with the wind. Isn't it giving Garth Brooks, girl? What y'all think? It's giving very much so Dolly Parton, girl. Giving very much so Loretta Lynn. Very much so, girl, giving Carrie Underwood, Shania Twain, Miranda Lambert. Giving old nasty piece of faith hell, baby. She look like every bit of how she motherfucking right, baby. This is a white woman who mean business, bitch. Okay? Now, this poll, do y'all believe, now that y'all know the bitch crazy, homicidal, and is the second cousin of Ted Bundy, the goddamn serial killer, do y'all believe Michele's claims against Shannon Sharpe? Okay, I just put the poll in. Y'all vote off on the poll, baby. I just put the poll in. Baby, Michele says to any man over her dead body. Baby, these are strong facts that have to be considered, girl. You know, all the claims against Shannon are literal allegations. This woman done been in prison. This woman done been charged. The courts ain't fucking with her. They also threw out her lawsuit. They threw out her motherfucking restraining order, girl. Okay? Baby, the truth seemingly ain't in. Miss Shania Twain, girl. Okay? The truth seemingly is not in Coretta Scott Karen. Okay? 70% of y'all do not believe the claims levied against Michele Bundy, who claims that Shannon bereft her. Okay? Only 29 to 39% of y'all believe the woman claims, even though she a homicidal maniac and got 50 million federal charges against her ass and done did this to other men, not just Shannon. There had to be escorted off folk property and every goddamn thing, girl. A goddamn mess. Unless it's I said yes. Baby, bitch, y'all. I am screaming. But that ain't all from Michele. Oh, no. That's not it, baby. Michele also weighed in on the allegations that Shannon is currently facing. Let me see something here. Let me go to where thing is. Hold on. Let me see. Let's see. Okay. Oh, I got to show y'all this, okay? So she spoke out recently to the Sun, okay? To the Sun Inquirer. They wanted to ask her about why she dropped her restraining order back in 2010, and he also asked her thoughts on the current lawsuit, girl, that he facing from Gabriella. So the Sun says, in a conversation with the U.S. Sun, Michele explained her reasoning for dropping the restraining order back in 2010. Quote, after I filed the restraining order, I was sitting in my apartment with my daughter. I had a basement floor apartment with the door leading out to the sidewalk. So I was right there, vulnerable. And somebody came up to my door and said, shut up, fucking bitch. And I, y'all. Y'all. I'm going to say it again. Y'all. I can't. Y'all. She's out on probation. The Sun catches up with her to ask her why she dropped her lawsuit. I'm just going to read it. Well, I'm just going to read it one more time. She answers this. After I filed the restraining order, I was sitting in my apartment with my daughter. I had a basement floor apartment with the door leading out to the sidewalk, so I was right there, vulnerable. And somebody came up to my door and said, shut up, fucking bitch. And I ran and dropped it right then because I had a child at home with me at the time. And having someone coming to my door with her there, you know that? No. Evans addressed the current lawsuit against Sharpe filed on behalf of... I'm a fan, y'all. I'm a fan of this dramatic ass white woman. I'm a fan. In my next life, girl, I want to be born white, girl, so I could just be born with a Karen phenomenon inside my blood. Evans addressed the current lawsuit against Sharpe filed on behalf of a Jane Doe. She said this. I want people to understand what Shannon did to this woman by doxing her, by putting out her name, by putting out her OF account. That was horrifying because things are going to happen to her because of that. I still get it to this day, and I went through a lot of things, as you can see in the complaint, that actually even stemmed from it. In the complaint, Evans claimed she married another man after she broke up with Sharpe. She said she was arrested and incarcerated for a 2017 domestic incident involving her husband, whom she claimed was abusive. She said Sharpe submitted 2 sworn affidavits to the court, replete with falsities in an attempt to exacerbate the severity of my judicial sentencing. Evans' lawsuit is ongoing, and she is seeking $4 million. Okay, so it hasn't been dismissed, child. It's ongoing, girl. She's seeking 4 million Bitcoins, girl. Okay, I think another outlet had reported 14 million. Okay, Gabriella going for 50 to 60 million. Quote, Michele Evans' claims are ridiculous. Oh, a rep for Shannon responded to the U.S. Sun's request for comment, said, quote, Michele Evans' claims are ridiculous and completely without merit. She could not find the lawyers to take her case, and if you read her complaint, you will see it's filled with nonsense. Shannon has had no contact with her for many years, and we understand that she is still on probation after serving 3 years in prison, they said. And Jane Doe's lawsuit, the accuser is seeking 50 million. Goddamn. Big ones, girl. Okay, so she representing herself in a court of law. Her case more than likely is going to be completely dismissed. She ain't provide not near goddamn receipt to establish injury financially, to establish injury even psychologically. You know, she would actually need receipts and testimony from her attorney. She would need statements from her job. She would need a whole 9. And because she couldn't even get a goddamn restraining order off the ground, baby, I'm sure as hell she ain't gonna be able to get this goddamn lawsuit off the ground either. It's probably gonna alley-oop against her ass, and Shannon gonna do exactly what he planned on doing to Gabriella to her ass, by countersuing. Now, you guys know I said early on when it came to the lawsuit, when Tony Buzbee had first mentioned Michele Evan Bundy's in the lawsuit with Gabriella, that I would not be surprised because Tony Buzbee is so goddamn slick that he pulled some things from Michele Evans' claims. Y'all know what, bitch? I think I just got a download. Not only do I believe Tony Buzbee is being strategic by pulling from Michele's lawsuit and bringing some of those same elements and alleged statements and behaviors that Michele accused Shannon of into Gabriella's lawsuit in order to make Gabriella's claims seem more substantial and legitimate. Like, oh, look at this pattern by the big black scary man. Okay? I would not also be surprised either, y'all, that because Michele is self-representing, that Tony Buzbee did that as a little wink to Michele, because he probably would want to represent her ass as well against Shannon Sharpe. Y'all know he liked to double up. Tony Buzbee likes to double up. He did the same thing with Diddy. He was on the back end trying to get an out-of-court payment from Jay-Z. Jay-Z said, hell nah, sued his ass for extortion. He turned around and had little Miss Jane Doe amend her complaint to sue Jay-Z. So we know how Tony Buzbee gives it up. We know he likes to double up. So I would not be surprised if he tried to double his trouble girl by referencing her lawsuit and putting some of the similar elements in the claims against Gabriella to substantiate Gabriella's claims, but also referenced it as a little wink, a little nod off to Michele, who is self-representing in her lawsuit. You know, as a little, yeah, come on over here, baby, to the Buzbee firm and get this work, Michele. Tony Buzbee is a slick ass motherfucker, baby. Okay, slick. Now, once again, dealing with this Michele Besner. Okay, Michele Bundy, claiming that a girl named Michele with 2 L's, Besner, Sharpe ex-lover, harassed her on his behalf. Do y'all know anything about this lady here? Michele Besner? Let me see something. Hold on, y'all. Thumbs up, y'all. We need all that because we're working. Let me see something. Let me see something. Oh. So Michele Besner is also a sports commentator as well. But is this the same? Hold on, I don't know if this is the same woman that I'm looking at. Hold on. Michele Besner Buck is an American reporter for ESPN. But this don't look like her. Is this the same lady? Y'all know white women look different every per 5 years, baby. They age like 4th generation bananas. I don't think this is the same lady. Hold on, y'all. Let me pull. Okay, y'all. Take a good look at this picture. Okay? I did just find a Michele Besner, who apparently also is a ESPN sports commentator. But I don't think this is the same lady. No, I can tell this ain't the same lady. It can't be. Unless, baby, she done hit the Ozempic pen hard. Oh, this is an updated picture of Michelle. Oh, okay. I thought this was a picture of Michele Bessner. What? This don't even look like Michele Bundy. She look younger now than she did when she was in her goddamn prime. Wait, okay, so since this ain't this is Michele Bundy, y'all. So is the Michele Bessner she's talking about the ESPN? Let me take this down. Let me pull up who. That is not even a picture of Bessner. That's an updated picture of Michele. Okay, this is, she works for ESPN. She's an American reporter for ESPN and a former National Football League. This gotta be her. This gotta be the lady that Bundy talking about. This Michele with 2 L's. Okay, look at here. This is Michele Bessner Buck. Michele Bundy claiming that Michele Bessner, who also, because Michele, remember Bundy said she had a professional relationship to this lady because they all work, in the same situation. This gotta be the Michele Bessner, who she said is a professional as well, and is also an alleged ex. Now, was Michele Bundy spilling tea on Bessner? Girl, did she just rock the goddamn cradle? She said that Shannon used this lady, or Michele Bessner, to torment, harass, and defame her. Oh my God, this woman also is, guess what? From Denver, Colorado. Yeah, this has to be the same. This definitely is the same Bessner. This is the same Bessner. It's all making sense, child. Let me see if this lady married. Michele Bessner Buck. Let me see if she married, y'all. Y'all thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Married. Okay, she married to ESPN, ABC, NFL announcer Joe Buck on April of 2014. They have twin boys. Okay, so was Michele giving it up? Because she did call Michele Bessner an ex-child. I don't know how far back Bessner. Baby, I cannot believe. We all about the love stone. I ain't got nothing with interracial relationships, but I do side-eye black men who have a pattern of dating outside their race. I don't think it's nothing wrong in and of itself, but I think shit get interesting when there's a pattern, a strong pattern of playing deep off in that snow. Oh my, okay, I'm looking at this lady, y'all. Oh, why am I looking at her on the phone when I got her on the damn computer? Okay, y'all, she is married, child. And pull up these images, honey. Wow. Okay, this her and her husband. Yeah, this Shannon type right here, girl. She got a neck small enough, skinny enough, just for a dog collar too. Can't y'all see a dog collar around her neck? She got that neck just like Shannon Sharpe like him, baby. She got that dog collar neck. Wow. Ain't what the gag is? Shannon probably still ain't learned his damn lesson, baby. Even after all this, baby. Probably with Becky Ash right now. Probably with Becky right there. Yes, baby. Y'all know he like a chokeable white woman. I don't know whether that's his get back to slavery, baby. You know, baby. I don't know whether that's the cellular memory of our ancestors living out through Shannon Sharpe's fetish. Okay? He loved him a chokeable ass white woman. Baby, now that's a good way to do, you know, some positive shadow work, girl. As a black and brown person, baby. Baby, we gotta get our lick back some way, baby. Even if it's through sexual fantasy kink play, baby. Race play, girl. Reverse racism kink play, girl. On period. Okay, so he has, okay, see, I haven't seen that. If anybody has the footage of him talking about black women, send that to me. Send it to me at consciouztv@gmail.com or send me the links on Instagram. Y'all got to follow me on Instagram and send me the links. Send me the stuff. Send me the stuff. Send me the stuff. Because I've been hearing about that, but I haven't seen it yet. Crystal says Shannon trying to get next to a white man. White woman is his gateway to the white man, baby. But he should be right there, baby. Doing a boil egg text after all this. He done ascended to the highest point of the mountain, baby. Okay? He should have been successfully gotten through them boiled egg texts by now. Y'all know what the boiled egg test is, Shy. Wow. So, girl, this is the Michele Bundy unpacking. The lady is crazy, homicidal, baby. She claimed folk was at her doorstep of her home telling her to shut up, bitch, which led to her undoing her restraining order, baby. She want $50 million, $11,000 trillion in emotional distress. She said she did not try to kill her husband. He voluntarily leapt upon the conveyance. She's currently out on probation and still on Shannon's neck, baby. Y'all, it's a lot to unpack here, baby. It's a lot, baby. Do I need to drop the link? How long? Let me see here. We got 5 minutes. I'm going to drop the link. And we can round it up to 2 hours. Baby, y'all got anything to say, baby? What y'all think about the Michele Bundy, the second, third, fourth, or first cousin of Shannon Sharpe, girl? Okay, my baby mother Sonia says, I don't always agree, but I love listening. Thank you, baby mother Sonia. Baby, let me tell you, baby, I can understand why some folk ain't, you know, baby, I get it, because, you know, the general consensus is where there's smoke, there's fire, right? So, you know, it don't help Shannon that he done had to settle with an alleged female co-worker that he choked, even though his rebuttal was this was playful physical banter. The person, for whatever reason, weaponized that. There was never no real lawsuit filed, but he settled the matter financially with the co-worker. Then you got the Michele Bundy, surviving Michele Bundy, Discord girl, which laid the foundation for the Gabriellas of the world to come in at. So, you know, third time's the charm, even though it does seem in each situation that Shannon, you know, I don't know if I can say the allegations against Shannon were true or not. You know, the women in these cases didn't do enough to prove their own case. They, you know, Bundy filed civilly. She never filed criminally, as she's arguing. She's literally arguing in her own complaint that she's being slandered because she, in fact, did not take up any criminal case against Shannon regarding sexual assault, etc. Gabriella never even liked Shannon from the beginning of the day of the encounter, and she filed a civil suit and allowed a man in her space to not assault her once, but to assault her again. Yeah, baby, it ain't making no sense. And then once again, y'all, we got the white element. I'm sorry. As a black man, it's going to take a lot more for white women to convince me of shit when it comes to their claims against black men. As a black person, we done seen this historical play from white women against athletes and against everyday black men. We already done lived through the Jonathan Majors situation. It's going to take a lot more as a black person for me to believe white women about any goddamn body who's non-white girl. Okay, so for me, white women got their jobs cut out because, baby, I'm just not giving white women that. I'm not giving white women that, baby. It's going to take a lot more, baby. Y'all got to give it up a lot more, sugar. Hey, Tiff.
Hey, I just wanted to come up and say I have laughed so much till I am exhausted. But this is why the other night when I was so frustrated and saying, how did he get himself in this situation now? Because you see how she has followed him from 2010 up until now. And it's just like, you've been...
Your audio out, Tiff. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Okay, you back. Can you hear me, Tiff?
Yeah.
Okay. Your audio had went out.
Okay. So I was saying that you heard me when I was saying that's why I was just like, how did you get back in this situation?
Right.
Because you see, just from this filing, she has been following him basically his whole career. Like she has been watching what he's been doing. And I'm just like, again, what were you thinking? You just didn't move right. And I that's where my frustration came from. Because when he talks about this, just like she documented, he has a visceral reaction. Like, you could sometimes it seems to me like he wants to tear up when he has talked about it. And again, he doesn't mention her name, but people who have followed him know that he's dealt with this situation for a while. So like because I have been staying away from social media because of all of the political stuff. So when I logged on and saw that he had a lawsuit like this, I was on the floor. I couldn't even sleep the other night because when we got off live, I'm saying when we got off live, I couldn't sleep because I was just like, I still cannot believe this shit. Like, what was you thinking? So, and honestly, and this is not gonna stop. You see this, right? Like, this lady right here not gonna stop because I was on TikTok, and you know I don't fool with Budweiser K.
Yeah.
But she apparently she calling in the Budweiser acting like she the Michelle from IG.
Really?
Yes, because that picture, the last picture that you just showed, the update picture.
Yeah.
That picture was on the clip that I saw. Cause I was like, wait a minute, I've seen this picture before. And so when I was doing my investigation today, I said, wait a minute, this the same lady. And
so what did she say?
And she the same stuff she said from, but she using it as that she was the Michelle that was let me say, Budweiser K was like, you were brought in, she kind of led into making it seem like she was the one that was on IG. But it was just a clip. I don't follow her, so it didn't get into all the detail or whatever. But she, she just basically, he has opened the door. He's opened the door for all of this crap.
Yeah. Because I know that you sent me the attorney statement, and the attorney is like, y'all, there's going to be a lot of folk crawling out of every hole. We're going to be crawling out of every crib. We're going to be just doing the most. So, my God.
That's all I wanted to say. I've enjoyed it, but that's all I just wanted to say. This is why the other night, and you was like, But I'm like, no, Conscious, no. I'm telling you, he done been through the ringer. And
I
so
see that.
that's why this
Mm.
right here was crazy. And so
I see now. I can't believe it. This is crazy. But
yeah.
thanks to
All
you.
right.
You loaded me up. So thank you so much. Continue to load me up, child.
All right, bye.
All right, well, that was our tip, y'all. Todd was in the background too. I think Todd was in his car. Todd, I'm gonna try to hold out for a few moments to give you time to hit the link. I'm sure Todd would have sounded the hell off. So Todd, if you out there, I just dropped the link again, y'all. Y'all, this is crazy. I had no idea Shannon been going through it and through it and through it, child. By and by and by. My God, girl. Are him and Jonathan Majors blood brothers, honey? Baby, these men love them some snow bunnies. Oh my goodness. I told y'all, when Michelle Obama put a final signature on the divorce decree to Barack Obama, we gonna see Shannon Sharpe rebranding in 2026. He gonna be engaged to a newly divorced Michelle Obama, baby. He gonna be sitting down there to the Breakfast Club and gonna be making speeches at the Soul Train Awards. Shannon Sharpe gonna be doing shows on the Zeus Network. Or it's the Black Recovery Package. Baby, we gonna see it. What's going on, Todd?
What's going on? How's everybody doing today?
Man, it's crazy. What in the hell do you think about all the Shannon Sharpe shenanigans?
Listen, I had to step out of the office when old girl said he conveniently left the keys in the ignition. And while in the midst of my fleeing and getting away, me being Rapunzel and him being who he was, I had to adamantly defend himself. Girl, I'm like, yo, I'm like, what?
Hey, she was talking, baby. That lady was talking.
Listen, look, let her tell it, man, look. And poor old Shannon Sharpe was like, I just got a fetish for choking people. Where can I go to be myself?
Baby, he loves him a chokeable white woman. I don't understand.
But see, if I could offer some advice for old Shannon, Shannon need to come be part of the conscious community. Because over here, we ain't going to judge him, okay?
Right. This is a pro-freak, a pro-kink space, okay? We are sex positive over here, Shannon. We understand, okay? Come and get your free space on, baby. We probably got some conscious crew members who would love them a dog collar around their damn neck at night. Okay.
Right, we ain't gonna judge him over here. Come on over there. And not only that, but we come from a community of people who will psychoanalyze him and also give him answers for what he is going through, right? So we ain't judging over here. Shannon, come on over here. We got you, Chief. Come on over here, man.
I be telling the celebs, contact me on the back end, honey. I'll sign your NDA. I will help you navigate your publicity. Tell you what the hell to do, baby. Tell you how to alley-oop all this shit up. Shannon, you listening? I done sent you the cake. I still want 24K per serving. But come on over. We got you. And I want to shout out to Gabriella for the old nasty piece of child support check. Now, is this the Gabriella from the lawsuit? Who said, loving you, CTV, love all your work? Is this Gabriella Zuniga? Zuniga? Huh? Which Gabriella is this that just sent me a child support check? What you think, Todd, about old girl, Miss Bundy? What you think about that situation? And do you think that there's any merit to any of this shit? Like, do you think that there's any merit to the co-worker that he allegedly choked, but according to him, choked playfully? He paid her off, even though there wasn't a lawsuit filed against him. I mean, is it that Shannon Sharpe just keeps making dumb decisions as a man, and these are just coincidences and opportunistic as women? Or do you think where there's smoke in this case, there's some fire?
Here's what I do believe. I think Shannon Sharpe is dumb as a rich black man. He's absolutely stupid, right? Because when you have nothing else to give people but monetization, what do you expect? Any little thing that you may think is not what you may think it is what other people think it is for the monetization, right? So I'm not saying, I'm just saying he puts himself in a lot of predicaments that makes absolutely no sense for a person of his ilk, right? I mean, can we agree on that?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I mean, those of us who have this opinion of him, we just didn't wake up one day and we just go, man, this is certainly irregular. See, he has a type, he has a style. And see, the word is starting to get around that he has a type and he has a style. You see what I'm saying? And in your immortal words, some things are just inescapable, right? So he cannot escape this style and this type that he has, or he wouldn't be falling into these situations that he does fall into, right?
Right.
So over here, we're doing nothing but using our deductive and inductive reasoning ability to tell him and to tell the world exactly what's happening. In other words, the king be hanging on these things and seeing people ain't hearing you. They listening, but they not hearing you. See what I'm saying?
I'm just surprised. It's like, come on, Shannon, though. It's like you are too wealthy and you got access to too many people who got it. Like, how is your friends and your peers letting you down? Or is Shannon so really like ashamed by his private life that he don't even speak to anybody else to allow them to put him up on game about how to go about his fetishes in a more securing way? Because it's given he probably very, very, very private about his private life to the point that he don't even talk to his boys about his shenanigans. But that's probably the way he fucked up at.
You know what I do believe? I do believe they're telling him. I think he's just not listening. Man, she ain't gonna do that. Man, she ain't gonna do that. You know how he is. He comes off as a good, wholesome, naive country boy that, boy, she's about to settle as a hand grenade and a barrel of oatmeal type dude. and they probably tell him, like, man, look, they gonna skip. Monique tried to tell him. Right? So it's not like people aren't telling him, like in so many words. Cat Williams tried to tell him in so many words, right? People are telling him, but he is just not reading in between the lines. Or he is, or he thinks that this cannot happen to me because I'm Shannon Sharpe and everybody loves Shannon Sharpe. So therefore, I have an opening to all of this space. Right,
but multiple issues in now, still holding that same attitude. Like one time's the charm, but apparently, there's been multiple payouts, multiple allegations that have crossed the span of his career. It's like, okay, at some point, do you wisen up, or could we in fact be talking about an abuser?
Well, here's what I will tell you.
Which wouldn't negate the fact that the white women themselves are crazy as hell as well. Like, could both of those things be true at the same time? Crazy white women, crazy big black men who like to choke little white women in public.
Well, you got to understand. See, now that people understand what his MO is, it's very easy for them to superimpose themselves into things that he wants. See, when you're dealing with somebody who's on that type of level of BDSM, right, they're not understanding of how easy it is to walk into these things, because to be the type of BDSM person he wants to be, it requires a lot of physicality, which is very easy to prove. Yeah, he is a role player. Right? He's a person into physicality. He's into women that act a certain way in front of him. Right? He is, in all sensible way, a physical dom. I mean, on the surface, it looks that way. And all of these things are corroborable in the court of law, because in the court of law, it requires physical evidence. You understand what I'm saying? Because the people in the social circles that are going to the people in the circle, concentric social circles that these are presented in are presented to people who claim that they have never seen these things before. But me and you, we know differently. And how do I know these things? Because you, sir, have opened up a whole world of which I have never seen before. All right. And you have proven that this world exists, but other people will have you think that it does not exist. But we know otherwise. This is why I say he needs to be on this channel. Because if he was on this channel, somebody would have talked him out of it. Be like, man, don't do that.
Hell, man. I'm not like people saying though. But like people saying though, if he listen to Cat, if he listen to Monique, I mean, you know, is Shannon kind of maybe on the narcissistic spectrum, which is why he don't even learn from experiences. He don't learn or take heed to the advice because his narcissism affords him, you know, to do what the hell he want regardless, thinking that, you know, he's just gonna soar above the foolishness.
Well, see, there's a difference between joking about it and not joking about it. See, over here, we joke to a certain extent, and then we start telling you about it. See, they around there joking about it, man. You don't need to go over there. Man, you don't need to be doing this. See, we're like, if you go over there, you're going to get scuffed up and you're going to be in a world of hurt like so-and-so and so-and-so, because we do case study analysis over here and we do comparative analysis. See, they're not giving them that. They joking about it over here. Over here, we're joking. Right. We're informing you over here. And see, and that's a big difference. Big difference.
Right. Well, you're absolutely right. Like somebody need to seriously sit him down and really get him together, not in the form of entertainment and kikiing and, you know, in the moment on a show, but yeah, like have a real serious dialogue. But you know, even beyond that though, it's like you've now already been in a bunch of serious situations. Like you didn't have to step down before, you know, from your career because of the allegations from Miss Bundy. You know, you've had to, you know, deal with all this shit on another sports show with a coworker, you playfully choked, etc. It's just like, okay, Shannon, but you know, he is a football player. So some people are saying this is CTE brain. So it's like, have your reasoning skills and your critical thinking skills been impacted by all this head trauma possibly? Like, cause something ain't clicking. Even because he should be in a situation where even the experience is the teacher. Like, if you're not going to have a material teacher, now your experiences are teaching you, and you like 4, 5, 6 different situations down the road. Something is up.
See, also too, he's operating in 2 different eras. See, back then there was no social media like it is today. There was nobody to form any type of social opinions of him like there is. And then on top of that, the information we get is instantaneous, right? So anything that you do nowadays is going to hit the airwaves, and you're going to have to deal with it like right here and in the now. See, back then it wasn't like that. He could be operating in the time era that's not even conclusive to what's supposed to be happening today. You understand? But he finding out today. He finding out that fat meat is crazy today. Right?
He is. He absolutely is. Somebody made a great point. Bringing Joy says he didn't listen to none of them because all of them were black.
That's wow. You know what? That could be it too.
Wow. Interesting point there. Wow.
That has merit. I mean, I'm not saying, I'm just saying all of these things that people are bringing up has merit. But for him, it's hindsight is 2020 now, because he's gonna pay attention now. And then also too, you know, he was able to wiggle out of a lot of these things, right? With no hit to his popularity. You know, he's been able to come back from certain things. This one here, I don't know. This might be a little bit tough, right?
Might be a little bit tough, yeah. Well, we gonna see what it gives. I'm gonna stay on it because this thing probably gonna get worse before it gets better, Todd. It's gonna get worse before it gets better. All right, do you want to stick around? Because I'm gonna let some other people talk, or you gotta go.
Oh no, I gotta go. I'm driving home and it's 5:40
Okay.
traffic. I gotta make sure nobody don't hit my car, so that way I don't get out and be like, look,
Oh, that part.
putting that like 2-piece on somebody. 2-piece snack deals, the young folks will say, right?
Period. All right. Well, thank you for coming up, Todd. All right. That was our Todd job. Rumors and T, what's going on, love?
Hey, Conscious. Hey,
Hey,
crew.
hey, boo.
Y'all don't forget to drop that
Don't
that offering,
forget
that love offering at the King's throne. All this work and this great commentary.
that part.
Before I get into Shannon,
Yes.
you told us in the past you was going to think about doing like a legal reading, like once every 2 to 3 months,
Yes.
and baby, you got to get back into it because don't nobody read a legal briefing like you, for real, for real.
Thank you, baby.
Okay. So let me tell you, I really think that Shannon is like stuck, like in his past lifetime, he was like a field Negro or something, and like he was made to sleep
My
with the
God.
like Scarlett O'Hara like type of women. I
He
do
was a
think that it is
Mandingo
very
on
much.
the plantation rumors.
I do. I really believe that. And I really, really, truly believe that the reason why he does not date black women is because, some of us do like to be choked during sexual, activity. However, I do think that he may put a little bit more aggression into it. So, he really like fetishizes about snapping the neck of these white women. I believe that. I do.
Shot.
I do. I can definitely see that. No, I can see that, because his past life he worked the fields. You know what I'm saying? And he was made to lay with these women, and all the abuse and everything. I can see that. And he may not realize that that's why he has such a strong fetish for putting his hands around these white women's necks.
Wow.
I can't see it being no other reason
Oh, but you know
for
what?
him
Well,
doing
that's
this.
one way to look at it.
Hold on, y'all.
I can't
Can I
see.
add something to that? Can I add something to that, rumors? That
Mhm.
that's an interesting point, because going the spiritual route, it would be interesting to know what Shannon's past life was, because it's definitely given plantation, Mandingo, field Negro, used to pump and dump and to disseminate into the women's honey, probably was caught in the act, unbeknownst, having an affair with the first lady of the Ku Klux Klansmen and murdered viciously. So he done came back into this life with a goddamn vengeance, baby, and taking it right out on white women first and foremost. And this also brings me, I forgot the author name, the researcher. I referenced her work one time before, but she made a connection between the DV rates between black women and black men and said that she believes that there's a link between the internalized emasculating that black men experience under a white male patriarchy that transmutes itself into the abuse relationally between black men and black women. She believes that black men ultimately are taking out their licks on the white man on black women because the white man is unaccessible. He's unattainable to conquer in this society right now, economically, politically, militantly, etc. And so the black woman ends up enduring and absorbing all of that psychological oppression. So I think that those are interesting talking points. But continue, boo.
Yeah, I definitely do. When it comes to the coworker, I honestly believe that it was not malicious. I do believe that how it was a movie out about this gay guy, and it was showing like you walk up to a dude and be like, there's something in your eye, and they blowing your eye, and that's kind of like a little secret, like little calling to find out if you gay or not. I think him putting his hands around white women next that he's not already sexually involved with is like his little signal way to find out like if she down for it. He probably literally had a thing for that coworker, and they probably was playing around, and he just put his hands around her neck, like that little sexual tension. I think he was feeling sexual tension, and he put his hand around her neck, thinking that she was going to be into it. I really do. I think he sat there and tried to pretend like they were playing, and started playing with her. Let me say it that way, just to get a little feel off and see, what I'm saying, what he could get away with or whatever. I believe that.
Wow.
He seems to have a definite sexual pathology when it comes to being like the submissive and dom type thing. And unfortunately for him, I think that it is all fueled by his past life. And he needs to really seek some like professional therapy, like talking to friends and, talking to colleagues. I don't think that's going to help him. Clearly, I'm not going to shame him for having his sexual fantasies and things of that nature. But I will shame him for, from this point on, not seeking help to find out what is it, because as you guys have stated, you and Todd, these situations have caused him to get in trouble legally and financially. He needs to seek out some type of therapy, find out, why am I repeating this pathology? Is there something to this that is leading me to choose these type of women that will then turn around and whether these are true allegations or false allegations, but just even make any type of allegations towards me. If my intention was just to have, a good time, what am I doing? Like, he really needs to look at himself and say, what am I doing that's drawing these type of situations to me?
Absolutely. It's time to wake the fuck up and smell the coffee. It's time to get critical. It's time to get introspective. It's time to look at your direct experiences, even if you're not going to listen to Monica Cat. Like, baby, look at you stepping the fuck down and having to pay these people out of court and all this, and ask yourself, okay, what are you doing to contribute, honey? Is it recklessness? Because we can see, at least from old girl's perspective in a lawsuit, that, he was trying to get the NDA signed and couldn't. And he still proceeded. And now look at the situation he in. And I'm just like, okay, you
it's
can
like
look
he
at
has
your
an addiction.
Yeah.
Right?
Absolutely.
Doesn't that, like, in a realistic way, does that not show some type of sign? I hate to throw this on him or anybody when it's coming from a pure intention not to be malice, but does that not show some type of signs of a psychopath too, in a way? Because it seems like you just have this desire to choke when he can literally choke his penis every chance he gets, versus putting his hands on another human being, that whether they reciprocate, give consent or not, it has led you down this loophole. You understand what I'm saying? So it's kind of giving me like, is
Even
this
if
something
he
that
got
you
to
can not
mitigate it,
control?
even if he got to mitigate it by get you a white sex dog, and you can do whatever you want to do, baby, because that dog can't file no complaint against your ass, baby. You can get all the shadow work you need done. Go get you
There's
a
so
white
many different,
sex dog,
yes,
and pour
there's so many
all your
realistic,
aggression.
there's so many
I don't
like
even know.
realistic, hello, it's so many different like options he has out there, like, and I just don't understand. Like, I have stepped back and I do see some people's talking points when they're like, the pathology, what I mean, is just a repeated thing. And what is this that you feel like? And we don't know if it's in every act, but what is it that you feel this need for choking people, that you are willing to put yourself in this type of situations? Like,
I have a question.
that is kind of alarming.
Rumors.
Hmm.
I have to, let me say something because I gotta go. Have to run for a little bit. They are the suit that happened with CBS, where the girl filed a lawsuit. Actually, my understanding that it was no monetary settlement regarding that issue. He was just released from his duties, and they were claiming that him and two other colleagues were playing around with her in I guess in wherever the common area is, and they were, clowning around, and he wrapped his arm, which I don't know why. He pretended to be choking her, and she was playing around along with him. And then when they had an issue, something went wrong with them, and she went to Human Resources and filed a complaint. But my understanding, there was no monetary, according to CBS, there was no monetary settlement. Now, as
But
far
even
as
with that, but
but
sis, even with that, it's still the point that there was some type of reprimanding for him. It affected a bag. He may not have to have spent no money, but he lost the bag behind it.
well, he well,
So it was
according,
a source. It was a source that had claimed to outlets that Sharpe had paid the woman the six figure.
yes, but he had, but according to CBS, there was no monetary Sharpe paid no
Yeah.
money, and they paid no money. But he said that he left there to go to Fox with Skip Bailey to get a different job. Now I don't know. That's what he was explaining. He went to Skip. Him and Skip started working together. So
So, sis, can I ask
Him
you
and
a
Skip
question?
fell out. So
So, can I ask
I
you
don't
a
know what kind
question?
of.
Can I ask you a question? In all
Yes,
seriousness,
yes.
do you not think that Shannon does not need to seek some type of counseling?
Because of his sexual fantasies.
Because what the pathology seems to be is that he's dealing with women, like a particular woman, right? Not individual, but type of woman. He loves white women. We don't have no problem with that. But knowing historically, as Conscious stated earlier, historically what white women have done when it comes to accusing black men, we've seen this historically, whether it was a child or an adult. You know what I mean? Like, and they would just cry, like, that's why we call them Karens. They just cry out. Even if there's no true evidence, nothing really happened or whatever, but he's placing himself in situations
I agree
with
with
a
that.
certain, yeah, he needs counseling for that.
Well, he has three black kids, but I think two or three different women, black women.
I know he
So
had somebody
so
about a
so
wife that he divorced that was white.
black women as well, but he didn't say why his preference right now, why he's dealing with Caucasian and Hispanic women, or whatever. And frankly, it didn't even phase me because people choose who they want. But when it starts to cause you money, you need to reevaluate yourself. And as far as him getting counseling for who he chose to mess with, I mean, I don't know what to say because Shannon is what, 54, 55?
Mm-hmm.
56.
So 56, so and he'll be 57 in June, if I'm not
Mm-hmm.
misunderstanding. So Shannon, if he did have an issue with this crazy bareback down there in Georgia, I remember they were discussing it and they were saying that Tony Buzbee had pulled her complaint and incorporated some of the language into
It does seem
uh,
to be that way.
into old girl's case. And so that's according. I think that's what his lawyer said, and I think Simone kind of alluded to that also because she was reading both of them. And so yes, Shannon needs to do if he doesn't have a problem with what's going on and he just want to be giving up money, and I really think this thing here is really going to affect his career tremendously. And if this doesn't make him wake up, then yeah, maybe he does need to go get some kind of counseling. If
Oh, he
not for
does. Yeah.
for some sexual reason, but for the fact that you're losing money and it makes no sense for you to be making all this money and then you're getting sued for sexual harassment, and it makes no sense. It just makes no sense. Yeah, he probably does need to see a counselor regarding that because I just can't see myself losing my job over something and then turn around and go back and do it again.
Mm.
Because I'm telling you, ESPN is owned by Disney. Disney did not just tell him you got to leave. Disney, actually, I believe Disney has fired him. They just let him present his narrative out there. Because he's getting so much flack regarding it
Yeah.
that it's bad publicity for Disney. So they felt you saw how quickly they pulled him off the air because they don't need that. And he's saying he's gonna be back for preseason. But baby, I
But you
think
know what, though? But you know, I was thinking too. I wonder if they really did sit him down, or if it's true that he just sat himself down as a courtesy because, you know, they were trying to get Jay-Z strapped from the NFL committee, and they stuck beside Jay-Z. So I'm wondering, you know, since the NFL, you know, I don't know, you know, they recently had demonstrated to Jay-Z, you know, that they can stick by someone who's dealing with, you know, heinous accusations until, I guess, you know, there's a ruling. So there may be some truth that he wasn't stepped down, that he chose to step down.
Jay-Z didn't work for ESPN and Disney. Jay-Z worked for the NFL.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying.
Those are two different entities. The Disney is more of a friendly, can I say, more
family.
of a family organization.
Yeah.
And so if they get so much flack and people start complaining, they're going to remove you. And I really truly believe that they are definitely getting rid of Shannon, without a doubt. And if they're not, I apologize. But I really believe that's what they're going to do.
Yeah. Because
they just can't come out and say we fired him. They can come out and say he's on temporary leave to preseason, which is say they probably, according to Stephen A., they're doing their own investigation.
Yeah.
So once they start doing their investigation and they start to look into some things and they feel like there's an issue here, then they can always come back and say, we no longer need your service.
Yeah, he's probably done. I mean, he's probably done.
I believe he's done. I really do.
That up. I do think, though, that there is a space for him to still be relevant to the culture and doing his own thing outside of the major networks. But yeah, I mean, in terms of the networks and stuff, yeah, I mean, they probably, you know, got to do what they got to do, especially considering that even though his context is sexual kink, this is all happening within the context of that. I mean, but the audios, they just kind of like unforgettable at this point, and they seem too self-incriminating. Right. And I don't see networks really being able to kind of ignore that or work around that without feeling like it's going to cost them something. Okay,
and they're going to drop some more. They're going to drop some more video, some more audio, and Michael Irvin made you might need to go look at his video that he made last night.
Yeah.
And he pretty much stated that it was some disturbing information.
Really?
And he said that he hated, but he thinks Shannon needs to buckle up because that's not the beginning. That's just the beginning.
Just the beginning. Wow.
Because he said he went through that with the NFL network.
Yeah.
Network. And they sit him down the day of the Super Bowl. He had claims against him, and they made him go home that day of the Super Bowl. They would not even let him do the Super Bowl.
Wow.
So he was talking about that. He said he feared for Shannon.
Yeah.
He said even though you could be innocent as whatever, he said, but when the public starts screaming, it's a whole different ball game.
Ooh.
Even though he sued the Marriott, and he got. Yeah, Michael sued the Marriott, and once he sued the Marriott, I think he got $100 million from the Marriott, and then he turned around and sued the NFL Network. But when they stopped claiming that they was downsizing, he was one of the first persons that got out of there.
Okay, so somebody's saying that Michael Irvin also had a $100 million lawsuit against him.
No, against the Marriott. It was against the Marriott.
Okay.
No, the Marriott paid him the $100 million. His lawyer won that $100 million. He came up where his attorney spoke about it. You could probably pull it up. But he sued ESP. He sued the NFL Network, but not he wanted back pay and punitive damages and his job back. And he got all of that back too. But right after then, they said they were downsizing, and he was one of the first to go.
One of the first to go. Wow. Okay, so they got him by there conveniently.
Yes.
Okay, so let me reference this because I just put up an article on it, and then I need to get a Queen be more.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm getting ready. Yeah, I'm getting ready to go run an errand anyway.
Thank you so much, boo.
All right, babe. Have a good evening. Bye, y'all.
Sandra always is giving us the motherfucking breakdown and the tea, baby. Okay, I love when Miss Sandra hit that link. Okay, so the lawsuit that Sandra is talking about. Let me put it up on the screen, you guys, regarding Michael Irvin. I'm gonna look at his video too to catch his sentiments on everything going on around Shannon. Okay, so here is move. Michael Irvin reached a settlement with Marriott in $100 million defamation suit. Former Cowboys receiver Michael Irvin has settled a $100 million lawsuit against an Arizona Marriott over allegations that he had inappropriate physical conduct with a female hotel staffer over Super Bowl weekend in February. Irvin denied the allegations and sued the Arizona Marriott Hotel for $100 million in damages days after the incident. Marriott, in a statement, said it was pleased. Irvin is dismissing his lawsuit with prejudice and without any payment from the hotel. Okay, so Irvin dismissed his lawsuit and was not compensated at the hell all. Quote, "We have always stood behind our people and their version of events and believe Mr. Irvin's suit had no merit whatsoever," Marriott said in the statement. WFAA has reached out to Irvin's attorneys for comment, but has not heard back as of Monday afternoon. Irvin said at a press conference after filing the suit that the situation sickens him. He said it took him back to a time where a white woman would accuse a black man of something, and they would take a bunch of guys who were above the law, run in the van, and put a rope around his foot and drag him through the mud and hang him by the tree. When Irvin was asked if he remembered the woman from the lobby at the time, he said he meets so many people year-long staying in hotels. Quote, "I couldn't even tell you what she looks like," Irvin said at the time. "I didn't even know who I'm talking about. This just blows my mind that in 2023, we're still dragging and hanging brothers by a tree." Two witnesses of the incident spoke with reporters at the time. One was an Australian man who said he didn't know who Irvin was because he's not an NFL fan, and the Super Bowl was his first introduction to the sport. He said he met Irvin while doing business with his colleagues in a hotel lobby. The other man said he did know who Irvin was as an Eagles fan, but offered to buy Irvin a drink when he refused, which he refused. Both men said they didn't see any behavior from Irvin that was cause for concern. In the suit, Irvin's attorneys accused Marriott's employees and management at the time of inaccurately and inflammatorily accusing Irvin of misconduct. The lawsuit said Irvin had a brief friendly interaction with the Marriott employee lasting no longer than 1 minute as he arrived back at the hotel Sunday night. Witnesses have verified that Mr. Irvin casually exchanged pleasantries with one of the hotel employees. Mr. Irvin shook her hand and went to his room alone, the lawsuit said. The lawsuit said Irvin appreciates spending time with his fans, including taking pictures and talking with them, and that his interaction with the Marriott employee was no different, and witness testimony will prove that to be the case. Quote, "Nonetheless, Marriott recklessly reported to the NFL that Mr. Irvin had somehow acted inappropriately, even though in this brief interaction with multiple witnesses, nothing took place other than a friendly interaction that ended with a polite handshake," the lawsuit said. Remember when I told y'all, when Rumors and Tea asked me when I was going to carve out a special community and talk about, some SEX shit, and I said hell to the no, because apparently, baby, you can't even take pictures with your supporters without ending up ran the fuck down on and having to file suit to reclaim your dignity. And, it just be the most that happens. But I don't know why Irvin dropped this lawsuit. I don't know why he dismissed it with prejudice, meaning that he couldn't even retry it or refile it. And he did not settle with them. They did not settle with him, as they stated. So it's interesting that he was accused and he found the accusations preposterous and baseless and took Marriott to task, but dropped the lawsuit. That's fascinating. Okay, let me get Queen B-More in here. Hey, Queen B-More. Can you hear me, Queen B-More? I think you're on mute, boo, if you can hear me. Ray, are you there?
Hi.
Hey, Ray.
Oh my God. So let me just start by saying that I did not.
Wait, your voice is familiar. Is this a Regine?
Yes.
Oh, okay. You got a new name. I know this damn voice.
Hi,
Hey, Bo.
Conscious. Hi, Rumors and Tea.
Hi. Hey, Bo.
Oh my gosh.
Hey,
So I have to say that I literally wasn't here for anything you said before, but he has a new accuser. I don't know. like, this is crazy. But what I want to say about Shannon is that I don't believe that he is into BDSM, because I'm willing to say that he has some mental, I'm with Rumors and Tea, there's some mental issue that needs to be dealt with a psychologist, because my understanding of BDSM is that there are a lot of what is it called? Consent. You need like a lot of consent. There's a lot of conversations that you need to have. You need to be clear. I think it's called consent, non-consent, something like that, but it's actually consent, whatever they want to do. He is not doing that. And I heard you mention that he didn't even get an NDA signed.
Yeah.
Something is wrong. And I don't feel bad for Shannon, because there's this obsession with dominating white pussy. And he definitely needs to pay whatever the fuck that girl wants. He should pay. I don't care. Because at the end of the day, he knows that what he's doing is wrong. I'm not saying you can't have a king, but race play, like, to me, that's like a different level of disgusting. And like, some people should be shamed. And I believe that should be shamed, especially because of how the history with white people and black people, I'm not saying you can't like a white person, but that specific history is so traumatic and so deep that the obsession with wanting to dominate white women and the way how he speaks to people is in private, whenever they're doing their stuff, is very disturbing to me. So I think that he definitely needs to seek some help. And I don't believe that he's not attracted to black women. I just think that there's an unhealthy.
So you haven't heard any of this audio that people keep referencing of him apparently, talking about his preferences and kind of putting black women down. Apparently, like, people keep referencing this, but I haven't seen any clips or anything. People keep saying he's, I guess, went on some type of tirade or ran, or I don't know. I don't know if they're talking about like the tweets that he kind of got in trouble for last year when he was kind of going at some fans, and I think he was dragging a wigs and weaves and kind of clapping back. But that was more so like in a clap back context to a particular person. But I know he kind of got ran down on by black women, because you know how sometimes black women will make a situation with one black man and one black woman about all black women. But outside of that, I don't know what they're talking, like, what does
I don't think that I haven't heard that, to answer your question, but I personally don't think that doesn't mean that he's not attracted to black women. He has black children at some point, and maybe it was out of convenience, maybe black women aren't his first preference, but I don't think that he's not 100%. I don't even care if he is or not, to be honest, but I don't think he's not attracted to black women. I just think that it's the tale as old as time. When these men get money, they feel like whiteness is, I don't know, it gives them some sort of superpower that clearly is not real, because look at what's happening right now. It gives them like this false sense of superiority because they're next to these women and they get to have sex with these women. And there's nothing that anyone can tell them to change their mind. Like, in the interviews, he was saying, yes, I do. Yes, I do. When people are telling him that he doesn't need to be talking to young girls way like 3-4 decades younger than him. Like, he's telling people that he's insisting that he has to have sex with white women. I don't understand why people are so obsessed with white people. Like, what is so fascinating about white people? I don't get it. I don't get it. And like,
well, it's a preference. It's a preference, and we all have our preference. Some of us don't, like, too.
No, but what I'm saying is this obsession. There's an obsession. Like me, like, to put my business out there, I've had sex with people from different races: Indian, black, white, different countries, European, freaking from Iraq, like different people. But I'm not obsessed with whiteness. I'm not obsessed with Middle Eastern. I don't understand what's the obsession. And the fact that he is letting this obsession get him in trouble over and over again, it goes beyond a preference.
I want to respond to some of the comments super quick, and then y'all can get back to that, because that is interesting too. Kat in the chat said, I'm just going to say it. I love being dominated in the bedroom, but not race or age play. That's just insane. I just want someone to be really rhymes with rough. I want to lay there. Okay, baby. Kat said she want to be torn to smithereens, baby. Tear me out. Okay. Kat also said, I'm Persian and a Persian man grosses me out. My white friend said white men gross her out, and my husband said the same for Dominican. So I think her husband is a Dominican. He don't date other Dominicans, and she got some white friends who don't date other white people, and she's a Persian woman who don't date other Persian women or men as well. She said, point is, we sometimes find our own kind, like a relative. And this also is an interesting point as well, because you guys know we be having all the conversations over here. We be having group dialogue, and we talk about, we get into the sociology, psychology of society and everybody. And what's interesting is I have heard from Black men that, particularly date outside their race, particularly date white women, that, like because there are cultural differences that, simply put, there are some Black men who feel like they can get away with more in terms of their real personality and what they're really into with white women versus Black women who I have heard some Black men describe as being more conservative, even conservative sexually compared to white women. So I have heard those, diagnoses too. What do y'all think about that?
It's a real thing. It's a real thing. I had a friend, one of my former coworkers, who was Black, and he made it very clear. He had dated his earlier years, high school and first year college. He dated Black girls, and then he ran, found the white girl that, well, they found each other, whatever the case may be. She was his first experience with outside of his race, and everything, every fantasy he wanted, she was willing to explore. Whereas in the past, the Black girls, baby, we're going to just say they're conservative, more conservative, right? He also expressed that he had found it more easier to deal with her than to deal with Black women, because quote unquote, well, it's true to this extent. Black women demasculate
Demasculate?
men,
Okay.
and things of that nature. And we had an intense conversation, and in this conversation, other men joined the group, or what it actually became like a men versus women type of conversation, debate, or whatever. But the majority of them that had dated outside of their race, particularly dated white girls, literally all were saying the same exact thing. I believe there is truth to that, and I do feel like that falls under a person's, I just lost the word, begin with a P, preference versus being an obsession. But there could be, the preference could be on a psychological level. The preference could be fueled by, an unknown slight obsession. Just the key. Because I do think a lot of times our past lives dictate our current lives in a lot of way, and we don't know. You know what I mean? So that's more on the spiritual side and psychological side or whatever. But I do think that there's some validity there to speak in behalf of Shannon. But I don't think what you were saying, Regina, when I don't think that Shannon has I don't think it's like a malicious thing. That's what I'm trying to find the
I
words
think
for.
it
I don't
is.
think he has this evil, malicious type of thing. I really don't. I just think that it's fueled by a past life, and you know what I mean. I do think there is something wrong with him not having enough wherewithal at this point to seek help, to just try to get a better understanding, why does he like this? Because a lot of people like things. Let's talk about it. People like things, they don't even know why the hell they like it. They just know that they like it. They don't never we don't look too deep into why we like something or someone or whatever. We just know we like it. We never examine it. And I think that is something that should be, looked into for each one of us. Why do we like the things that we like?
I know, I agree with you. But I think that if something is harming you, then yeah, there's something deeper there that is a problem, and it's deeper than saying, oh, like I prefer anal or I like BDSM. Like I said, I honestly, I don't judge. The only thing that I judge is the race play thing and the age gap thing. To me, that's weird. I don't care. Like everyone, and you know what, everyone can have their own opinion on it. I'm just saying, for me, I believe that there's something psychologically wrong with that. And I will say that yes. Well, first of all, I think that relationships honestly are based on proximity. So, yes, there is some truth that, if you're around a lot of black people, you grow up like that, they may not be into, more kinky stuff, and you may find a white girl. But I also believe at the same time that a lot of men, they just like to repeat talking points. And I really feel like if you really wanted to find a black girl who was into that kind of stuff, you could. Like, let's be for real. It's 2025. We have the internet. We have all kinds of forums online. We have dating apps. Like, just to put a blanket statement like, oh, black women are into that, I just think that's bullshit, to be honest. Again, that's my opinion. Like, other people can have their opinions on it. Oh, Conscious, what was your question?
I forgot what the hell my question was, but I will say too, while we're doing a psychoanalyst on Shannon, I mean, does 21-year-old also need therapy for being someone that wants a dog collar and wants a big black baby and is into BDSM allegedly as well?
No, the BDSM, like I'm saying, the BDSM thing, like if that's your thing, I don't have a problem with it. But again, my understanding of BDSM is that there are rules, there's conversations, there's understanding, there's a concept part of it. If you are going into your BDSM play or whatever, and you go into it properly and, with whatever the parameters of that life is, then that's fine. That's your thing. That's your thing. I don't have a problem with that. But again, the big black baby, like the race thing, that makes me extremely uncomfortable because, like I said, there's a deep history there that is, I just feel like there's a level of disrespect to yourself that I think there's a limit. And to me, race thing is, I don't know. It just makes me uncomfortable.
I can receive what you're saying for you. That's for me, it's equivalent to someone having an issue with the word bitch or the word nigga.
No, I
You
don't.
understand? Like it may not, no, it for me, I'm saying to me, that's the equivalent. And whereas some people will be offended, you can't use the word bitch talking to them, it's offensive. You can't use the word nigga talking to them, that's offensive. For others, it means nothing. It's all about where a person is at within themselves. If the whole slave jargon and whatever, racial slurs or derogatory terms, if that's not offensive to them, I'm not going to, me personally, I'm not going to demonize them and label them as a lunatic and things of that nature. Like, I think that is a conversation that also would be a good, topic or whatever, because we tend to, again, always project our feelings onto others, and in a way of, it's not bashing, but it is like, it's borderline bashing because we don't understand it. It makes us feel uncomfortable. We have to demonize it. I don't think that's fair, but I do agree with you 100%. As I was stating, he needs to look at why does he like this, and not in a way to make it wrong, but in a way to understand. Because I do believe now, there's no way, we don't know if him and Gabriella had a conversation, set rules. We don't know any of the details of if they do in fact have a sub and dom relationship. We don't know what they've discussed and not discussed. However, what he has shown is that he does not have the discipline enough to stand back, step out of, whatever sexual needs he feels in the moment, arousing or whatever. He needs to step back and really look at the situations that he's placing himself in. Because even to a certain degree, even with him having her sign, if he would have got her to sign that NDA, what we have learned, i.e. per the Cassie and Diddy case, if there's a crime committed, that NDA means absolutely nothing. It means absolutely nothing. So then he needs to question himself, and if he finds out the law completely, he needs to question himself, is this something that I am willing to continue to indulge in and keep having these repeated offenses or accusations and legal matters? Is this something I want to continue to indulge in?
But that's what I'm saying. I feel like we're saying the same thing. I don't have a problem with the BDSM thing. Like I said, I don't have a problem with that. What I'm saying is when it gets to a point, whatever it is, that you're hurting yourself, then it's a deeper psychological thing that has to be explored. That's my point, ultimately. Like, he needs to sit with a psychiatrist or psychologist, whichever, and really have an understanding. Even you mentioning like the lack of discipline. How can you go into something with I think gives you a lot of freedom. I think BDSM gives you a lot of freedom, and you still don't have discipline. Like what is the problem? Like what is the problem? What's wrong? Like what is the problem? Like that is disturbing to me. That's weird.
And yeah,
That's weird.
when I speak on the discipline part, I'm speaking in regards to he presented her, according to her, he presented her with an NDA. He asked her to sign it multiple times. She refused. He
And
wouldn't
he's
let her see it, et cetera, all of those things, allegedly. However, he still chose to engage in sexual activity with her. So
right.
that's what I'm speaking on when I speak on the discipline, being able to step back now, no matter how good it is, you know what I mean? Like, because that's what it shows me is that he, in those moments, he does not have the
But that's what I'm saying.
wherewithal.
That's
And
what
I
I'm
see,
saying.
yeah, we're saying the same thing. I'm
Yeah.
just expounding a little bit more. He
Okay.
doesn't have the wherewithal or the discipline to pump brakes
Yeah.
and disengage until things are handled properly.
Yeah.
I definitely believe he got pussy whipped. Excuse my French, but straight up, I just feel like he got pussy whipped and got finessed by a young girl. I don't know what made her different from anyone else, because I don't believe that she's the only person he's engaged in this particular sexual lifestyle with. I don't.
I have a
But I do
question.
believe
Know that you say pussy whip. Do you really think it's pussy whip, or does it come from him thinking because he, like he said, big black man, small white woman? Does is the psychology that he is so dominant, that he's this big figure, he has the money, he has the notoriety, he's a celebrity, he's rich, he's in control of the situation? I feel like it's more of that, and I feel like maybe that's why he also went into it, because this white woman, she's so small, she's young, she's petite, and she's coming as this innocent person, and it gives him the illusion that he's in control when in reality, like, he's not. There's definitely a delusion
I
there.
I don't see that, because if that was the case, I don't think he would have ever spoke on NDA in the first place. I just don't. So I'm discerning that it very much was that he was pussy whipped. And it's like I said the yesterday. There's always an exception to every rule. There's always an exception to every rule. I believe she was able, like I said, to finesse him because she just happened to be, you know, she was an eater. You know what I'm saying? In my opinion, it wasn't just the fact of her eating, like the anal sex part. If that was something that they engaged in, I don't think that's what sent him over the moon and had him tripped out. It may have been the fact that she ate his ass. He probably never got no other woman, whether she was white, black, Haitian, Puerto Rico, whatever. Probably got no other woman to eat his ass the way this young girl ate his ass. Like, I mean, she. I know everybody's like, oh my God, he has the money, so he has, he has all this exposure to others, this and the third. That may be all true. But let's not forget, most people think, first of all, that this man is not heterosexual. Everybody accuses him of being gay, being in the closet, this and the third. Then a lot of people clown him for being country, can't dress, this and the third, slow buck, all of that, or whatever the case may be. He ain't the first apple that, you know what I mean, they're going to want to pick up off the tree. There's some,
Yeah.
backlash, but true story, he's prime. He's primed for the right and particular white girl. He's a meal ticket. He's literally a bag.
Yeah, I think honestly, I think it could be all of those things in combination, to be honest. I don't think it's one or the other. I think it's a lot of the things that we are kind of like speculating and kind of expanding on. I think it could be a combination of a lot of that stuff, to be honest. Because we're all complex. I definitely believe that. But I do have to go. I'll drop them in the comments, and
Thank you, Regine.
Yes, thank you. Bye, guys.
Conscious.
See
This
you.
is why exactly why I came back. Well, one of the reasons I came back up here is because of this right here, what you got on the screen. Because I probably. But okay, let's flesh this out, because I promise you, what date we said it was December 15th, 2024.
Yes.
She turned 22. She turned 22 on December 15th
of last year,
2024.
Yes, she was 21 when they met. She'll be 23 this year in December.
No, you keep saying 23.
Yeah,
20.
No,
that's
what I was trying to get right, because I was saying in 2023. That's when I was messaging you. I was like, okay, she was 20 in 2023, right? What?
No, she was 21 in 2023. She would have been going on 22.
Okay.
Because she was, hold on. Let me get straight, because you're confusing me now. Okay. So they met. Okay, so hold on. Let me straighten it out. Because they met in 23. She was celebrating her 22nd birthday last year in December. December 15th.
Okay.
December 2024. She was celebrating her 22nd birthday.
Right.
So she turned 22 last December. She's going on 23 now. She says they met in 2023. So she was 21 when they met.
But her birthday is in December. So that was the conundrum for me when I messaged you, because I was like, so
let me find
her birthday being at the end of the year. So that's why I was just I was trying to flesh it out before we brought it to the platform, when I found that information, so that it wouldn't be so confusing. So that's why. But I will say, I don't know if you saw on TMZ where they say close sources, they don't name the sources, said that they had BDSM and over 100 BDSM encounters. Did you see that?
I saw that. Yep.
Now, whoever the sources are, which is, I'm like, so the sources, I need y'all to shut up, because now y'all throwing. I said, me and Conscious, we just went back and forth. And now y'all coming in here and y'all talking about 2010 2022, but the lawsuit says 2023.
Right, exactly.
So we going with the lawsuit.
Yeah, because this is written by her people. This her words.
Her words. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. So but I was about to pull my hair out. And I said,
because I thought the sources was saying that. I assume the sources meant that they were like that they've had over 100 BDSM sessions over the 2-year course of their entanglement. No,
in the article, but when you read it, it says that they say in the article from the end of 22 through 2025.
Okay,
that's
so they got it wrong then.
But the like you said, but the lawsuit clearly says they met in 2023,
and that's why folks got to be careful with them sources. Them sources, right. Telling how accurate those are allegations. But like you said, in her own words, she established the timeline for in 2023. Plaintiff was working out at a gym in Los Angeles, California, when Sharpe approached her for the first time. So according to her own words, she the source in this case. The timeline is established in 2023.
Yeah.
When
and then the last I'm gonna stay up here just in case. But with what kind of rumors was talking about, and
Yeah.
I was listening to you your other video
Yes.
towards the end, and you were saying when he did his video that he should have just kind of been straightforward, like, you know, I don't have time for relationships, that type of thing.
Yeah.
He's actually said that on his platform.
Okay.
And so I mean, I listen,
Mhm.
I learned about BDSM here. I I never heard about it.
Baby, that's outside of Tesla generation, baby. She said, no, ma'am, I don't know nothing about it, baby.
Right. So, I mean, but a while back, you know, when we get into these things,
Yeah.
I wasn't surprised when it first came up. Now, he has never talked about it on the platform like that, but he has talked about how he doesn't have time for a relationship. And if you know, he was at one point he was going from California to New York, back and forth. And then then they had Club Shay Shay and Nightcap. So he was doing a lot. He had a lot of irons in the fire. So, like you said, as far as what I did kind of read up on it, that the BDSM is not, they said it's not a mental
no, it's not
disorder or any
sexual fantasy and kink is not considered to be any type of mental health issues at all.
Right. So I'm getting from it that
it's actually considered healthy. That if a lot of y'all had more dog collars around y'all neck, y'all probably would be happier when you wake up in the morning.
And that's what when you said that is like,
according to psychologists.
When you said that how did you say it in the video? You was like, so it's probably keeping him from going off on y'all.
Yes, from going a Columbine.
Right. Right. So that kind of clicked with me because he has talked about it. So I just talked about his schedule.
And I do and that's the thing that I've noticed as somebody who like always hosts these type of conversations about sexuality and around, you know, human psychology, is that I've realized through having these conversations over the years that a lot of the public really does not have a lot of like academia level understanding of sex. Like we have a very, very, you know, culturally informed, anecdotal attitude towards sex, which typically leans more toward the conservative side. But a lot of people really do not understand the science of sexuality and the science in the place that sex has, even in when it comes to regulating our nervous system and regulating our mental distress, and how sex has really a lot of positive stimuli and results on a psychological level. But the reason why a lot of people don't even have a lot
engage, learn, and all of that.
Experience a lot of the positive sexual components is because most people are not even approaching sex from the proper attitude, which is to really lose your inhibition. Like sex is supposed to be the space that you really lose all of the social constructs in your life. You lose the part of you that's a mother, the part of you that's a wife, the part of you that's Christian. This is the space where you really become your authentic animalistic self, where you really let go, where you become non-prejudiced, where you don't have any biases, and where you can literally show up in any way that is authentic to your being and indulge in whatever that self is, whatever that freedom looks like for you emotionally and mentally, which is where the fantasies come into play yet to really help us connect to this authentic self, whatever that is, you know, for each person. And of course, that's going to look different for each person. So in sex, yeah, you know, if you want to scale the walls, baby. As Brenda says, you know, I want to piss all on your face. I want to shit all on these walls, baby. You know, Brenda was getting loose in Scary Movie when she was talking to Sean or whatever it was. And she was like, ooh, too much. But there really is no such thing as too much. You know, right? When it comes to sexually. So, you know, the whole world of sex and the whole kink conversation is a very interesting one that's very nuanced, very multifaceted. So Yeah, it's a whole thing. So Shannon Sharpe, if we take, I think rumors that touched on us, if we take, if we make racism and we include all of that in our kind of discord about Shannon and his sexual proclivities, and we talk about the way that Black men are emasculated in a white male patriarchy, I can understand race play being psychologically, like, it's a place for men like Shannon to vent in a white male system and have a healthy outlet by retaliating against white women who are the grand prize, and this is kind of more so the heterosexual way of kind of clapping back at racism. Whereas in, like, if you are a Black queer man in this system, because I honestly have gay Black friends who also, like, they would never be in a romantic relationship to a white boy, but they do screw white boys from the psychology of, like, buck breaking them in return. Like, this is their clapback against racism and living in a racially biased system, as they, do the BDSM thing with white boys. They do the dom sub. They make white boys do perverse things to them and just have white men subjugate and denigrate themselves at their feet. And this literally makes them feel better about being Black men, in a white racist male patriarchy. So it's very interesting. It's some interesting shit that be going on out here. So all of that could be showing up in Shannon's psychology when it comes to white women. Could be. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, as a child, very young, like I think I probably was 12, maybe 11, the youngest. I watched a lot of HBO After Dark, Real Sex. It was so informative, with the role playing and the sub and dom and all of those things, like even down to the psychiatry. Like, and I noticed that a lot of people were more like hippies, like, super like liberated and things of that nature. They all seem so much happier and so much more at peace and just so free flowing. And it always intrigued me. And I noticed as I was growing up, I noticed the difference. I can tell because I used to hear a lot of the term sexually frustrated when adults, when playing cards, drinking and all that, adult time. I would hear that term thrown around so much. And I'll never forget it. Literally, like on a Saturday night it was on, and the lady was talking about it, like in a little circle, whatever, everybody's, nude and all of that. They were talking about, like people was damn near giving their testimonies about how uptight life was for them and this that, and the third, until they had found this particular group, and they was brought in, and it was just like so eye-opening to me as a teenager, that I can see the difference in the day-to-day people in my lives. I could tell, like, and not even trying to think about it, but just seeing it. Now that you have the information, all the data, I can tell that people were not happy in being fulfilled in a sexual way, because everybody was walking around angry as fuck. Every little fucking thing, the littlest thing was ticking them off. I could tell. Like, these people aren't happy. They just laying down making babies and just, doing a basic 1-2 step. I could tell.
Yeah.
And I can even tell it in the conversation with some of the people that comes up here, that have come up here and I've shared panels with, and even been in the chat when we've had these type of conversations. Like, y'all only are biasing against it and speak down on it because, like you said, lack of information.
Yeah.
And you have lack of experience. So you shun the very thing that, which I think is also kind of crazy in a way. I would never speak against something I have no experience with. Outside of like harming someone, I would never speak on anything that, like, in a negative way that I don't have any experience with. That's kind of ignorant for me. You know what I mean? Like, I understand having preference and things of that nature, but I swear if some of these people would just try something different, you might walk around for a whole week smiling and be the most pleasant person. Won't shit bother you.
In the words of Nelly and T.I., get loose, baby. Get loose. Let me tell you something. I went cat in the comment section. You know, I ain't gonna give away too many details about my own sex life because, baby, social media just be doing too much when people just be in the business and just being transparent. But I have a real good time. A real good
Baby.
time. Look, my sex life and my prayer life almost one and the same in terms of principle. Like just like in my prayer life is the space where I'm not black, I'm not human, I'm not American. My prayer life is a space where I completely like let go of all of my identities, all of my intersections, and that I let go of all of the stress of carrying and toting around all of that biological baggage. It's a space where I literally get to just exist as consciousness. In principle, that's the same space or same attitude that I take into my sex life with my partners. It's a space where I'm not woman, I'm not man, I'm not human, I'm not boy, I'm not girl. I, let go of all of that to be completely present in, the stimuli and in the intimacy and in the whatever. And I just let go of all of my rules. I let go of all of that stuff and can really have a, fulfilling intimacy with my partner.
Can I say,
yes,
as a way to give an example? You know how our body needs we need certain foods for nutrient, right? So does our spirit. And a lot of times people deal with the spirit and thinking the spirit only needs to be fed, spiritual stuff, and because church and other religions has demonized sex in a way that it's a sin, it's wrong. Our spirit needs to have an intimate connection and fulfillment from another spirit. I do believe that's why a lot of people have not had and achieved what you were just without going into details, what you were describing, having the literal spiritual awakening. Ain't nothing better than being with someone. And it does not require penetration or anything like that. There's nothing better than actually being with another human being in your spirit, and their spirit feeds one another. That shit is almost like a out of space. I don't even want to say out of space. It's such a metaphysical experience that it really lacks any real word to define it. But I think that because we literally see, as humans in general, we literally see the physicality. We don't look at things from a spiritual standpoint when it comes to things like sex, because it's been demonized. Was I muted?
Oh no, it was me muted. I'm sorry, boo. No, I was going to say to that point, that's a very good point. How religion has really shaped cultural norms, and how a religion does have a lot to do with the way people have been socialized to kind of taboo the hell out of sex, which is really unfortunate considering how gratifying sex as an act is, and once again all of the spiritual, emotional, and mental benefits to actually really normalizing sex as a concept and conversations around sexual engagement and the freedom and the liberation that's supposed to come from proper sexual engagement. So religion has a lot to do with why people are so misinformed and why people even bring their contentious, stressed out self even into the bedroom, etc. There's a lot of misinformation and slander that religion has done unto the whole sex conversation, child. But in the process of me decolonizing my own motherfucking brain, baby, I done had to do all that work. And once you go free, you can never go back to them
Never.
societal shackles, baby. once you in the worst of rumors, baby. Once you kind of go out of the orbit of Earth, baby, and get into the whole of creation, honey. Get into the vastness thereof of creation, honey. You never can just sit in that little old storefront property ever again the same way once you've been exposed to the grandiosity of it all. In the words of In Vogue, baby, we gotta free our motherfucking minds, honey. Okay, free our minds. Rashonda, I know you haven't spoke yet, boo. Sound off. Now,
okay, hey everybody, hey rumors, hey me lady.
Hey.
What I'm gonna say is, a lot of times people use preference as it turns into obsession. And what I mean by that, people can have a preference, but they get so obsessed with it to the point where, oh, they think if somebody else will, do the same thing as they do. And here's the thing. You can't make somebody have a preference just because you have that preference. Because it kind of comes off as stalkerish, if I'm making sense. So that's just like if a woman tells you no and you keep chasing that woman, keep going after that woman, at some point she's gonna be like, that's creepy. So what I'm saying is, it's okay to have a preference, but the problem is when you get in your mind that you want this person, because you got people out here that claiming people that ain't even with them.
So are you saying that in response to the Shannon Sharpe thing, or that you think that he was a bit coercive?
Yeah,
in the situation
because here's the thing, he it's like he had a point to prove. He said this on there. First of all, he advertised the little blue pill. If you know what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
So he said something as to, oh, I letting y'all know that I get my stuff like that. What are you trying to prove? That you like younger women, or are you trying to prove that you still got it? Or are you trying to prove that that you're not this way that people say you are? So it's like his ego got him in trouble. If you get what I'm saying, because he got so big headed after the Cat Williams situation, he got so big headed to the point where he said, "Oh, I can do what I want now, because I got fame now, out for this." So
you got a little bit overzealous.
Yeah, and here's the thing. He did this not once, but twice. And my thing is, you ain't learned from the first time. It was bad enough we heard Michelle, and then you gonna do this a second time. And they just got tired of maybe the network got tired of him doing all these shenanigans, because they said, well, if this happened a second and third and fourth time, who's to say it won't happen in the future? So he messing his own self up by doing these old crazy situations. And it's like it's like how with the role play thing they want to do the master, the slave, and that's what this is like. It's like he gets off on white women being I'm the damsel in distress. So,
which apparently is fine as long as it's consensual, because it's some women who like to play into the I am the damsel role too. It goes both ways.
And if it wasn't for this lawsuit, we wouldn't know. I mean, he would still be on ESPN doing his thing. So, and mind you, now hold on, let me be clear.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not I'm putting the morality aside, the age gap, all of that stuff. I'm putting all of that to the side.
To the left.
I'm just saying, if it wasn't for old girl, and we already established through the reading, thank you, Conscious, that
You're
she was
welcome.
upset about the IG live. That's why we here. So I mean, I guess I I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed for him because I should know what you doing in the bedroom. That's your
But
business.
but see
That-
again, he had a point to prove. That's what I'm saying. If you pay attention to the when he got ready to apologize and stuff like that, it's like he was trying to prove a point because it's like, oh, you know what I'm saying? They were saying that he wasn't having sex or he was too old to have sex. You see what I'm saying?
oh, you mean the gay rumors or what? You talking about the gay
Yeah, yeah,
rumors?
yeah. So he tried to say, oh, he said, I got this woman that I'm with. You know what I'm saying? They were making jokes about it. You know what I'm saying? After everything. Even Ocho Cinco was making fun of him.
Now I
He said,
will
man,
say I agree with you because that's one reason I unfollowed him. But no, that's not the only reason. I didn't like after the whole Caitlin Clark situation, how he was going up for Caitlin Clark and not for the black WNBA players. That's when I really was like, oh hell no, I'm out. But he did become. I watched as he became more conscious. You know, you have to help me with this kind of language. What is it? Hypersexual.
Yes, a hypersexual.
Hyper.
Mm-hmm.
He became. It seemed like he did start become more hypersexual. And I was just like, well, why? Like, we don't need to know all of this. So I do agree with you on that. I don't know if it was necessarily like a point to prove, but him and Ocho started to talk more about sex. And I was like, I don't want to hear about y'all
So what
sex
y'all
life.
also got a view in is to pretty much, like when men come together in this society, typically the conversations get very limited to being hyper focused on women, sex. So y'all pretty much got a view into like what happens in the locker room and a man cave type of dialogue, which is heavily centered around women and
Yeah.
conquering women and sex and all of that. Yeah.
Because I was going to say, and I have watched Club Shay Shay a few times, and Nightcap a few times as well. More of Club Shay Shay, but I've definitely caught Nightcap, and I just like to speak on the whole. The conversation became more like sexually driven and things of that nature. They were doing that more. I think that also could be the possibility due to the comments of people talking about his sexuality, trying to say he's in the closet, etc., etc. And I think that made them feel comfortable, like that might have been something like, well, since they talking about it, we can go ahead and talk, we can have a conversation, even though
Oh,
he really hasn't like really spoke to it in a real way. You understand what I'm saying? But that may have been, because they navigate in the space, right? They see the numbers growing, this and the third, and they may have felt like that's one of the avenues, to go down as well in order to draw more people in.
so
You
you
get what I'm
saying
saying?
since y'all talking about since y'all want to talk about my sex life, let's talk about it. Almost.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And then too, with them having this one of the sponsorships is the blue pill. I don't know if
Yeah.
the color of his blue, but he always that's one of the commercial breaks. They talk about the sexual enhancement pills and things of that nature. So, you know what I'm saying? I can see that not being something. And I think even with that, he treads a very fine line. You understand? He says just enough to keep people talking, but he does not go, he has never gone overboard with it. In this particular case, Donna, this is the one thing that I am like looking at the universe and saying, okay, what is the universe trying to say to Shannon? And I think that basically he needs to just go into more of a conversation. Maybe he needs a Patreon, or what I'm saying, a circle, a space where he can hell, he could go to OnlyFans. He don't have to actually have sex to be on OnlyFans. You know what I'm saying? And that could be more of a, an outlet for him. But I still feel like he needs to see a psychiatrist, not because he has like I'm not demonizing any of his fetishes, but I think that he lacks the discipline. There is something there to be questioned, that if you presented her and you asked her multiple times to sign a NDA and she did not, and you continue to engage with her, what is going on with you? What was it about this particular young lady?
Well, I don't think there was any. Well, well, it's because I think for him, my issue with him and the NDA thing, if what she's saying is true, because we haven't even gotten his full side of how they met. So we are going from, what she alleges. But even with that, I think with him, the problem is with a lot of these celebrity folk is that, like, they kind of look at the NDA as a luxury. Now, I know when T.S. Madison had came up on the platform like a few months ago, I think that was when maybe the Oliver Twist situation was happening.
It was.
Maddie is at a point in her particular popularity where, an NDA is not a luxury. It's a mandate. It's an absolute. And if you can't sign that, it's a wrap. I think with Shannon, unfortunately, he, I don't think, it's seemingly clear that, he more so thinks of the NDA as a luxury. And because of that, he put himself in a position to let his guard down and to still, engage her, because she was like, look, I ain't dealing with no engagement that comes with the NDA, which, also can lead to the question of, is it because she wanted to be able to have this option on the back burner, but, so a lot of celebrity people, both men and women, I think they all need to tighten up, because too many of them still kind of, while they know they celebrities, they leave the space to also think of themselves as regular people, but that can be dangerous because there are people that will prey on them, people that will take advantage of being in their spaces, having direct access to them, in terms of, recording calls and text messages, letting people into your homes. I think that public figures have to really, unfortunately, they do have to socially kind of create a strong line of demarcation, and they do have to put in all of what they may be annoyed to provisions to protect themselves, because if they don't, they run the risk of having a lot of unaccountable people in a space. They need to tighten the fuck up on that for sure.
Yeah, everything you're saying is the reason why I'm saying that, like, conscious, like how if he even for whatever reason he thought he wanted her to, allegedly he wanted her to sign one, and for the mere fact that she didn't sign it and he continued to engage with her is why I'm saying, like, where the discipline part came in, that because what was so special about her that you decided to say fuck it and threw it out the window. I do believe they did establish a level of trust at some point. Like, he trusted her. She in some way made him feel like he could trust her. But I want to know, where did the trust come from? At, like, what is it? What was it about her that made you trust her?
I'm gonna be honest. I think it's just where his man shit came into play at. As I said the other day, he lost his dick intelligence. This was an example of Shannon just listening to his dick. And men do have two heads, and sometimes both those heads are dumb, but I think he just really, probably practically speaking, he allowed his dick to get the best of him. He saw her, right. She was his type, she was just simply his type, when he looked at her, he was zooted up, he liked her aesthetic, he liked, all of that going on. It turned him the fuck up, and it, made him commit to pursuing her. It's the same reason why anybody, is sexually pressed about anybody else. It's just because,
right.
They just turn the fuck on. They like what they see, that energy is giving them, like what it's giving them. And then he allowed that energy to compromise, his personal safety. And now, he in a situation with somebody
like a damn discipline.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it is, like a discipline. And I want to be clear, because I feel like in this particular case, both parties were wrong. And the only reason why I'm saying both, like, Shannon wronged himself. Shannon clearly put himself in a situation. You understand what I'm saying? He has not paid attention and taken true self-reflection to his past experiences. And maybe that's where, I don't know if that's has anything to do with narcissism or anything, but you know what I mean? Maybe that's where it's an ego play. And LaShonda's point, I
Or
believe he was
hell,
already in.
hold on, I do want to add this one part too. Even though this still goes to your point about a lack of discipline, no matter who was the aggressor, maybe the other side is maybe he initially did approach her, pursue her when she did not give in to the NDA. Maybe he walked away and then she the one who pressed on him, because those text messages give very much so press boots. So it also looks like she could have equally been the aggressor once he initially made himself available to her. And then she started, pressuring on him. And he was trying to be like, yo, I don't mind that. You just need to sign this. And, because, she's a femme fatale, she's in the business of sex and sex appeal and all of that. She know how men are. She know that most men will maybe try to put up a fight initially, but if you press on their ass long enough, they'll be willing to sell their children and sell their goddamn wife down the Mississippi River for one night only. So, to your point about sexual discipline, yes, it still goes back to a lack of discipline, regardless of who was the aggressor in the situation. And once again, a lot of men in power, like, this is something that's going to alley-oop their asses if they don't get this whole hormonal shit under control, because it's blinding their judgments.
Exactly,
Yeah,
Conscious.
we
And
don't. Go ahead, LaWanda. Go ahead, LaShonda.
What I was finna say, I've been to concerts, right? Free concerts. And the women will sit up there and touch on they stuff. Talking about they're gonna marry him.
And panties on the stage and be waiting
right.
out the group bus and the tour bus and be in the lobby of the hotel and everything.
I be like, this man do not want you, lady. She threw herself all on this man.
Rashonda, he don't want me yet. He don't want me yet.
LaShonda, I want to tell you this is my disclaimer. Please don't ever go to a concert with me. Not the single me. Please don't. Cause baby, I'm gonna be grinding, and especially if I don't see no ring. Yeah, I'm sorry.
But the thing was, it's like the man didn't really want her to do that, and he was trying to push her away. And
all he had to all he had to do was step away. He didn't have to push her. He didn't have to touch her. He didn't even have to acknowledge her. Just move his ass on over to the left or the right, or take a step back.
Yeah, but why you see what happened with Mr. Kelly, right? Yeah, I went to that concert for my birthday, and he let them do that, and that's why he's in the situation he's in.
No, it ain't. But go ahead, LaShonda. No, it ain't.
No. I'm saying it for a reason, because I live in Mississippi, right? So the woman, there's a case. I don't know if Conscious know this. There's a case in Mississippi where the woman left her husband to go with that man. Yeah, they still don't know about that. They still haven't even addressed that. So what I'm saying is, with celebrities, they leave the door open, as Conscious said, for women to do certain things, and wondering why they have these cases and stuff like that. What I'm saying is, people need to respect people's spaces. You get what I'm saying? If you look at what I'm saying, time and time again, it's been known, groupies been around for the longest, and now all of a sudden it's getting to the point where you can't have groupies, because if you do, you're gonna have a case. You see what I'm saying? These same people that have those groupies, that have sex backstage and different things like that, all they got to do is say, well, he did this to me, or he touched on me, or whatever, and there you is with a lawsuit. So it's not, you got to have boundaries when you a celebrity or whatever, or a public figure, because if not, anybody can come up and say, well, he did this to me, or she did this to me. The point is, but yeah, go ahead.
So I'm gonna ask you a question. Speaking to that, so you feel like if one is a celebrity, they should never live a totally liberating life in the privacy of their own time. They should not have a space where they can be totally and completely themselves. They have to never have that experience because they're celebrities.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, um, when they're out in public and stuff like that. Now they whatever they want to do behind closed doors.
Hmm.
It's got to be an understanding though. A lot of times when these people, try to do things, it's not an understanding. You see what I'm saying? A prime example, Chris Brown. Lady lied on him. And guess what? He had receipts. He said, this woman sit up here and lied on me. So what I'm telling y'all is, it's okay to have fun, but you got to make sure that that person understands, hey, if we're going to have fun, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. Because people will come to the house and at 3:00 in the morning, knowing that person, if they own edibles and different things like that, you don't know what a person may do. You see what I'm saying? So it's to protect yourself. And that's why Shannon is in the position that he's in, because he wants to prove something, not only to himself, but to others, because of the talking that they've done. Now, if he would have did it another way, maybe he wouldn't be in the position that he's in. Because the world didn't have to
But
hear
yeah,
all
but that's the but that's the thing. That's what I'm asking. If that type of conversation is a part of their sexual engagement,
Mm-hmm.
should he have to should he have to um hide that or not engage? For me, I'm not saying that he needs to disengage in that lifestyle. What I'm saying is he needs to learn to have discipline to know when to and when not to. There should be a level of discernment. He
Yeah,
should be
I
tapped
got you.
in.
I
He
got
should
you.
be tapped into some type of spiritual source, or even like psychologically he should be tapped into some source and so in tune with the whatever the greater source he finds or believes in. He should be so tapped into that he can discern when to and when not to engage. If it is a true in fact that he wanted her to sign that NDA, I don't care if it was for just the luxury of having one. Whatever prompt that thought, he should have stuck to it. I am becoming a believer in not all cases, but most
Mm-hmm.
cases. First thought, I go with my first mind. So far, it has never steered me wrong. It has never steered me wrong. And
Yeah.
so sometimes that is the lesson. The lesson could be very well just he needs to find discipline, whatever that looks like for him, so that he can know when to engage and when not to engage. I don't think there's anything wrong. Actually, I encourage it. We've just spoke on, how freeing and liberating it is, how peaceful it is. What may turn you on may not turn me on, and vice versa. Some people don't allow themselves to even sit with their thoughts in their imaginations, even if they never acted out. And when
Got
you
you.
suppress yourself like that, you sometimes get, i.e., serial illness.
I got you.
So a
Got you.
lot of that comes from cultural shame. And you know what I'm saying? The patriarchy, which is crazy because the very thing that most of us engage in day to day, we always find something that was all taught to us from it was indoctrinated in us from a very toxic um social place. We've been taught certain things that we agree with and we disagree with, right? At the same time, other things we disagree with or whatever. But we all, as a human being, have our likes, our dislikes, and things of that nature. I don't think it's fair just because I don't eat pork for me to frown upon you because you eat pork. But like I was saying in every other live, for whatever reason, there's so many reasons behind it. We tend to literally project our own feelings and biases onto other people as if our way of thinking is the absolute only way way to think. That is, it is, we're not individuals. We don't have different wants,
Right.
different needs, and things of that nature. Everyone has to be the same. We're not a monolith. We say this all the time.
Yeah. But my thing is, even with all of that, I have seen it time and time again. A lot of times people don't respect people's boundaries either. You get what I'm saying? So if a person say, "Well, I don't like this," people will get mad because they get rejected and stuff like that, which causes people to also kind of shy away from different things. You see what I'm saying? If a person tells you how, "Oh, I don't like this," or whatever, that don't mean that they not upon, putting that upon you. It's just what they don't like. You know what I'm saying? But you can't be
But
upset because
I
I think
receive
it's
that.
true. I think it's truth in both, like of what y'all
I
saying.
receive that.
Basically,
Yeah.
like Rashawn is basically saying, he need to clean his shit up on the front end, and what you are also making sure is clear is that there's actually nothing wrong uh with the type of dynamic and the type of sex and everything that is actually being had in the situation. And then where I come in at is saying that absolutely yes, like he needs to deeply mitigate his experiences and come under sexual discipline so that he can stick to his boundaries, because he pretty much let his boundaries dissolve as a result of his lack of sexual discipline. Like initially he knew he should have been shielding himself because he knows what type of situation he want. He know, and considering what type of situation he want, which is, a Dom sub BDSM situation, Shannon Sharpe definitely should have made sure that he didn't let up on his boundaries and that he
that
established
part.
every
That's
woman
exactly
that
what I was saying.
is going to have to absolutely sign an NDA, because I already know how this shit can look. If I don't, shield it up right, if I don't pad it up right, and along with that NDA is an understanding and a stipulation that, hey, if you want to be a sexual mate to me under these circumstances, I'm into this Dom sub thing, I'm going to have to also record, every phone conversation. I need you to consent to that. And once again, this is to protect me, and ultimately it protects the integrity of what we're doing here. And really line that shit up, and commit to only dealing, even though the reality is, right, even none of that is a 100% safe proof situation ultimately, right? Because we're talking about humans. So people, can do ultimately, but, is there an argument that Shannon can do better? Absolutely. And could he pad this thing up a bit more considering what he knows he liked? Absolutely. He absolutely did drop the fucking ball on the situation by not. And once again, there is a whole history under patriarchy across the world of pretty much men allowing their lack of sexual discipline to cost them their kingdoms, cost them their nations. The history of patriarchy involves men warring over women, and whether it was their women, another man's woman, all because men are lacking true perspective as it relates to what I call dictelligence, and needing to really, master in the art of getting behind the wheel of their sexuality and their sexual organs, especially when you are a man of means. So, I don't know why he's being so sloppy. I mean, I guess we do know, because the diagnosis here is that he's being a simp and he's lacking self-control. And
When you
yeah,
say when you say lacking self-control, you still not talking about.
no, I'm absolutely not talking about like sexual abuse, but sexual control as in like the ability to stand by your personal boundaries. Like if a woman don't want to be with you in the way that you need her to, aka sign this NDA,
Then okay.
aka, be willing to allow me to record our phone interactions, etc., so that I can protect the integrity of what we're doing, blah, blah, blah. Regardless of how attractive he is, regardless of how beautiful he finds the woman, like, and look, I'm about to be even more fair. I'm going to be even more fair because literally I'm not here to protect Shannon Sharpe. I'm not a fan of Shannon Sharpe. I'm also not an op of his. I'm just a commentator. So, you know, just to balance out the playing field here, I'm going to give one to old girl in this situation. You know, just for the sake of all fairness. The reality is, or a reality can be, that if Shannon Sharpe did not control himself in keeping his own boundaries by still going after her despite her unwilling to sign an NDA, how many more times did he not control himself? That is a fair argument. If he could not back off of being enticed by this woman to the point that he was willing to compromise his own, you know, boundaries because she didn't want to operate under an NDA and he still had to have a quote unquote, how many more times did he not have the control to pull back? So when she talks about being sodomized or talks about being assaulted, hey, you know, it does beg the question. And just being fair, you know, to the situation, it does beg the question.
Yeah, like,
now, of course, when you don't isolate that, like if you isolate that, yes, that's like a woo, like, ooh, that's a point there. But once again, you know, my overall perspective is also informed by all the other elements. It's the way she narrated the experience that makes me lean more so toward Shannon side than hers. It's the fact that she's coming in here with a shanky danky ass attorney, Tony Buzbee. It's, you know, it's the text messages, it's all of that shit. So right now I'm still leaning toward Shannon if we bring in all the other elements and don't just isolate that particular point, because that is a isolated point, but it doesn't completely stick as strongly when you bring in all the other shit. When you bring all the shit, like, yeah, bitch probably lying and doing the most and weaponizing the relationship. But go ahead, y'all.
Yeah, me pulling on her wig, because she definitely was not going to go without me saying something about her ass. I feel like she's fucked herself up as well. See, the pendulum definitely swings both ways. The universe is going to repay us for good and bad. And if and when, because I speak it in existence, if and when she's found to be a liar, she's fucked herself up in ways where with the clients or future guys she gets, it's like, especially anyone of any status, any stature, you know, I can't see no one dealing with her without her signing an NDA, but she's definitely branded herself as someone that's untrustworthy, because we know, like, there are a lot of celebrities that we see like through social media, but there's a whole lot more that literally live a private life and they into all sorts of things. She'll never luck up. Now, maybe with another Caucasian, but you know, I just don't see anyone of a real stature with the bag really fucking with her again, because she's proven herself to be super like untrustworthy by recording him. She secretly recorded the conversation, doctored it up and everything. Like she too has put, you know what I'm saying, eye on herself in a way that's not appealing. So I know a lot of people feel like, you know, Shannon's done it. And of course, if he comes out, and when he comes out of this, I don't believe he's going to come out and not have receive no type of backlash in some sort of a way, even if it's, you know what I'm saying, people forever him having this stigma now over his head to be an accused abuser. You know what I mean? He's gonna wear that jacket for the rest of his life. There's nothing that he can do about it. It may die down for a little bit, but somewhere throughout the rest of his life, even probably after death, that's going to come up. Anytime someone thinks of him, that's going to come up. We see it happen all the time. But
So
she's gonna get some of that too.
Can I ask a question
Go ahead.
then? So my question is, do you think she did this so she could be the head honcho in his life? Like, for instance, she wanted to be a sugar baby. It seemed like to me she wanted to be a sugar baby to him. You get what I'm saying?
No, she wanted to be a baby mama. She wanted to be a baby
mama.
mama.
Her lawsuit is set up, if you consider like what she said in her lawsuit, it does give that at some point there is an issue on her end when it comes to jealousy and envy, because him quote unquote cheating on her was like, you know, she was so grieved and angry about this, and you know, was confrontational with him about the whole like Michele leak and everything, which doesn't make any sense considering that her entire narrative in the lawsuit is that she never liked him at any point. She never tells us at any point in her story with Shannon that she liked him, that there was mutual attraction. From the time she met him to the time this thing ended, she narrated him as a distasteful, rude, aggressive, emotionally unstable person who raped her twice. She never tells us that at some point she fell in love. She never tells us the things that he did at some point to make her feel safe, which would have justified why she remained, you know, dealing with him for 2 years. All that is nowhere in her story, which so it makes it odd that she's so turned off by him. He's so off-putting from the beginning to the end, but then you have this, you know, visceral reaction to him cheating. It's like, baby, you haven't even told us that you've been turned on at all. You haven't even told us yet that this man means something to you. You haven't even told us the part of the story where you put equity on him as a lover or as a mate, from literally from your own words in your own lawsuit. The man was rude and weird and concerning and bizarre and aggressive and all this, and he not only raped you once but raped you twice, and you allowed yourself to make contact with him after the first time that he allegedly violated you, and you never got the authorities involved. You never got a protective order, no nothing. Like, it don't make no motherfucking sense. So when she put in her lawsuit that part about, you know, her feeling so validated and betrayed that he cheated on her, I'm like, oh, this is definitely a very manufactured narrative that is obviously meant to serve and benefit her for sure. But she's banking on people being dumb and just being very woman identified. And she's banking on a racist America on top of that. She's not actually expecting anybody with any damn sense to really, you know, go in forensically and expect this thing line by line and to deal with the lack of continuity and to, you know, she's not expecting none of that. She's literally banking on the woman card and the white woman card at that. That's what she's banking on. That's why her shit don't look right at all. But she don't need it to look right because she's a privileged white woman in the system. So it's just enough to be accusing a black man of rape.
And that whole thing about I'm going back and I'm gonna let it go. The 19, that teen part, I realized in the introduction, because you just highlighted the 2023, he said 2023, but that next line, it does say she was 19, but that was in the introduction. When you get it further into the complaint, when you actually read, you know, that that first meeting that he walked up to her when she was at the weights, whatever, and it said 2023 again. She was, I think, said 20 years old, whatever. But and you can let me know from your legal mind, I feel like Buzbee threw that 19 in that line so that people would harp on the teen part, because all I have been seeing is she was a teenager. She was a teenager. And that part has bothered me for some reason, because I'm like, again, I said it the other night, she's heads above me as far as her conversation, her sexual conversation. So I feel, I don't know, what do you think? Because we just saw, you just had it on the screen, 2023, but the next line, it says she was 19. And that, I mean, I read comments, and everywhere you look, that 19 is being harped on. She was a teenager. She was a teenager. Where is it?
But y'all know what's crazy, y'all? It's more people coming out. That's what I'm finna tell y'all. More people coming out. saying he did this to them. There's a third person. Never mind. So
He was here when we
Yeah,
talked about
I don't. Again, for me, anybody dealing with Tony Buzbee, I don't believe whatsoever. I'm sorry for if there is just so happen to be some people that were, telling the truth and weren't trying to just, be disintegral to grab a bag. You know what I'm saying? But I think those people are few far in between. I don't even think that he's interested in trying cases like that. I think he wants cases like this or whatever they say. He's an ambulance chaser. I think he's a bag chaser. I think that he has definitely had a heavy hand in orchestrating all of this, to be quite honest, knowing that he has these other lawsuits, these pending lawsuits against himself. He owes several people money or whatever the case may be. I
wow.
definitely think he has an extremely heavy hand in, orchestrating this. I do. I think he may have somehow, now just go, it's just my mind. This doesn't have to be true. Nobody has spoke this. This is my discernment. I really think this man literally knew about the previous lawsuits. I believe that. I believe he's the type of attorney that places himself in certain environments with certain type of celebrities. It could be, let's say he ain't with the A-list celebrities. Let's say he hangs out with the D-list celebrities. But the D-list celebrities have access to the A-list celebrities. And at Hollywood Talks, you hear the inner workings of everything that's going on that we are not aware of. I believe he heard about that previous lawsuit. He may have heard about, old girl, through the grapevine, maybe one of her friends, such, and he went to this young lady and talked to her, and I believe this is how, I definitely believe there's truth that she was disgruntled in finding out, or actually, because I don't believe she just literally found out. I believe she always knew there were other women, but what I believe is that she was stuck in the fantasy world. She felt like, because she gave him, even though he was paying for it, I believe because she gave herself unto him in a very, whatever you want is yours, gave her whole, her whole being to him for a bag. But she fell into the fantasy and it became delusional for her. I think she really tapped out of the reality, and because of that, the audacity of this man. As much as I'm giving of him, she really wanted a baby by him. I don't believe she ever fell in love with him, but I do believe her entitlement made her fall into a disillusion that nobody else, he was not getting that from anybody else but her. She was special, and she had that plan to get that baby so she could secure that bag. Michele fucked up. Michele was a threat for her, because the reality was he had not placed that big black baby in her yet. Now she knows without a shadow of a doubt somebody else is getting her time, because he's made it clear she's stuck in a fantasy, and old girl literally now wants to be taken. Now thinks she's fantasizing about these things. He doesn't do that. He only sees her for sex. And now we hear of a Michele. So you have time for Michele, but you don't have time to, take me out and whatever. Yeah, that doesn't feel so good. Doesn't feel so good. And I personally believe she sat there and poured all this shit out. I believe it. I believe she sat there and poured all this shit out to old boy Buzbee, and Buzbee knew about the other case, and Buzbee got that paperwork, the transcripts of what was, or the filings rather, not even the transcripts, the filings. And yeah, he definitely put it into work. He definitely did.
Oh, I got some stuff now too. Hold on, y'all. Let me pull this up super quick. I may have to pull this back in. Hold on for a minute. Let me pull this up super quick first. Shannon Sharpe. Okay, so the statement that I got, I didn't read in full. The Jasmine brand just posted something. Let's see here. Let's read this. Because he's claiming that the extortion by the accuser started after he refused to have her child, which we saw her begging for that black baby child. All right, so Shannon Sharpe says Grape Accuser tried to extort him after he refused to have a child with her. We read the first part of this attorney statement in the beginning of the show, so I'm just going to go ahead and go to... Oh, hold on, wait a minute. Did I redo the fact that the attorney show has no contact with this person? Okay, yeah, that was the Bundy situation. Okay, so the second part of that statement from the attorney was, following in Miss Evans' footsteps, which he's talking about Michele Bundy, Gabby, aka Carly. Okay, how many goddamn aliases does this woman have? She's a Jane Doe, she's a Gabby, she's a Carly. It's the latest person trying to exploit her connections with Shannon. From the onset, Shannon has been crystal clear about the nature of his relationship with Gabby. For the sake of clarity, please allow me to repeat his position. Shannon and Gabby engaged in a consensual sexual relationship over a 2-year period. When she learned that he would not father a child with her, which we saw her beg for the baby gravy, put that black baby in her, she resorted to extortion. While Shannon was willing to pay her a substantial amount of money to avoid the intimate details of his personal life from being exposed, as many high-profile individuals often do when they are being threatened, that is no longer the case. This is a shakedown, pure and simple, and we have the evidence to prove it. And while there are certainly real victims of sexual assault whose stories deserve to be told, Gabby is not one of them, and her attempt to extort Shannon with her false claims only serves to distract from the attention that real abuse victims deserve. Bottom line, Shannon has done nothing wrong and intends to fight back against these malicious lies, not with manufacturing defenses or imaginary stories, but with documentary proof and real evidence. He intends to pursue claims against Gabby and all who have assisted her with the dissemination of her fabricated story. Okay, so we know that he's gonna run down on Tony Buzbee too. Shannon looks forward to this day, to his day in court, where he can hold Gabby and all who are working in concert with her accountable for the opportunists that they in fact are. For the avoidance of any doubt, Shannon Sharpe was not terminated by ESPN, but he has elected to step away for a temporary period of time from his duties so that he can focus on his family and the frivolous claims filed against him. ESPN agreed with his decision, and Shannon plans to return to his role at ESPN for NFL season. What do y'all think about this?
As a former bag chaser.
Oh, hold on. And before you say that, boo, remember, they, like all other parties in a legal matter, have not disseminated all the evidence that they have. So everything is not going to be tried in a court of public opinion. So, you know, his attorney is saying they have literal proof of extortion. That proof is going to present, you know, it's going to be presented at trial, that they have indisputable proof that she has blackmailed him and attempted to extort him and threaten him and this, that, and the further. So, yes, with that in mind, what y'all have to say?
What I was going to say, as a former bag chaser myself, although I had some type of integrity because I had boundaries of what I was willing to do and not do, like i.e. try to extort somebody, try to pull, sit back and contemplate having a whole nother human being just so I can get a payday out of it, and shit like that. I had boundaries, but I know and understand the mindset. I'm not a know-it-all person. However, this situation is so easy for me to read. From the very first time you did that reading of what was filed, immediately there was no question in my mind. From everything she said about this man, no one engages with a person that they're turned off with. They're not attracted to or anything unless there's a bag to be had. There's some type of monetary exchange involved. You're not going to do it. There's something to be had of some type of monetary value. Nobody's going to do that. She had a plan. She was willing to suffer through it all if she hit the big jackpot. I don't think marriage was ever a thought in her mind, but that could have been too as well. But it had nothing to do with this woman being in love or having these deep emotional, pure intentions with this man. It had nothing to do with that. She saw a bag. She saw the opportunity. Trust and believe. She probably has some of the same thoughts as everyone else has had about him in a negative way.
So
When it's really in reality not negative. Like if this man is gay, so be it. If this man, because all this has is evolving around his sexuality, which we know, I'm not justifying his behavior, anything he's done that he needs to work on. But the reality is society would stop trying to force people to live in a fucking bubble and just allow people to be themselves. Shit like this wouldn't even happen. Well, that's not 100% true, but the majority of this can be, prevented if society would really just allow people to be their fucking selves. That's a whole nother conversation, though. Go ahead, LaShonda.
That was me.
I had,
I,
yeah. Oh, okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, first of all, I didn't see that part. Conscious. I was honed in on Michelle Bundy behind. So I'm glad that
Oh, it's all good.
I'm glad that we know that part now, because that definitely adds some more context, because the whole black baby thing really was bothering me. Like I everybody was saying it was race play, but now to know so that's why I was thinking I was going by what everybody else was saying. Oh, that's just race play. She really didn't want him to have she really didn't want a black baby, but this is literally confirming, oh yes, she did want a baby. That's how I was thinking. So to know that
So I don't think she really wants a baby. I think she wants the check connected to the black baby. Like the black baby, because we've been exploring how many plans she had in mind. Okay, so she realized at some point she fucking with a multi-million-dollar ass nigga. He's famous, so now she got to find a way to secure this bag as long term as possible, like any other hustler. It's about the long term security. So she thinks, she's about long term security. So I think the baby was the second plan outside of her just being like a transactional client. Was like, how can I really secure this situation? Because he may get tired of me, he may just move on at some point. What's going to keep me in a financial enrollment with this wealthy man? Okay, obviously being a baby mama, I'll be able to collect at least a damn good child support check for the next 18 years, like all of Elani and Musk's baby mamas are.
Right.
Then when he refused to do that, and then the Michelle situation happened, I believe she got gaslit and she really started to feel threatened that her spot was being taken and that time was tick-tocking down. And maybe she also at that point had not seen him for a while on top of that. And she knew he was blowing out other bitches' backs. And, so whatever this extortion attempt, which, hasn't been shown fully to us yet, it's only being alluded to by the attorney, that must have been like the third plan to secure the bag. It's like, look, you're going to give me what I want regardless. So you could have gave it to me as a baby mama, you could have gave it to me as a long-term client, or hell, you can give it to me as my now abuser. You just pick your poison, my nigga.
And just to let you know, so I looked up who Mitchell, this attorney, Mitchell Schuster. We need him to be the front facing, as you were saying. Lanny moved to the back. He's a little younger, according to this picture that I'm looking at. And this statement was very concise. He addressed Michelle very professionally, and this right here definitely as of now, because all we had was Shannon's statement and the text messages, and so at this point, this is at least gives us more context.
Yeah, I know my discernment goes on like a million when I have a little liquor in me. This case has, I had stopped drinking and everything. This
Third eye wide open, honey.
Baby, and it is. And what's super unfortunate in this whole situation, set aside the fact that it didn't really have to happen, was old girl could have played it so much. I mean, I think she could have played it so much better and got much more than what she's going to get in the end. Like, I think she should have took, if that is true, that he offered, to settle and give her 10 million, she should have took that 10 million. Like, sometimes greed makes people so fucking dumb and blind. They never look at the bigger picture. She could have took that 10 mil and walked the fuck away. The public would have never known. She would have had some, because the backlash for her yet again. Everybody does not feel like Shannon is guilty. There are people that speak it to the point, Conscious. I don't know if they came over and saw your live, watched the playback, or was in the bushes, but there are people on social media, I've seen it in comments, where people are referencing the fact that she's an OnlyFans model and things of that nature. So even though that's nothing to be embarrassed about, you know, or anything like that, like, it's the fact that people are talking and they're not looking away from the fact, you know, oh, she's a little young, you know, going with what the rumors are. She's an old little poor 19-year-old. Facts about it, there are a lot of people in the comments that do feel like this is not true, the accusations. They're looking at her like she's trailer park track. You know what the thoughts are and the stereotypes of trailer park trash is, you know what I mean? So she's not getting away scot-free or whatever the case may be. But I do think that because she's coming from a very vindictive and a very egotistical and narcissistic like space, because even in her, like the way she wrote that up in the most victim way felt very narcissistic to me. Because what I do believe is, and what we have seen, is that she's been in control the whole entire time from the very beginning. She's been in control. The way she describes this whole situation, no love bombing was done. So under no circumstances did this man, according to what she put in her writing, or they put in her writings, what she stated, the man did nothing at all that should have made you enticed to engage with him, other than money had to be involved. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. But that lets you know the mindset. She's fueled by greed. And it's going to come back to bite her in the ass. But the universe ultimately, I believe, allowed this to happen to him because he was operating in the most naive way, meaning not saying that he didn't know what he was doing and things of that nature, but he was not operating with wisdom. Wisdom comes with discipline and experience. He ignored all his other experiences. Those were lessons for him to learn, and he ignored it. He may have been innocent, but there were still lessons for him to learn, and he chose not to fucking learn the lessons because he was too happy to bust a nut and still feel like he the man. That was all wrapped up in ego.
Yep. And the gag is like, so there are people who keep asking, you know, like, is there any chance of him saving his career? After seeing how Jay-Z was able to snap back, I am hopeful, but I think that he will have to do everything that he's saying he gonna do. He needs to win this for one. He needs to countersue her and Buzbee and win that for two. And I think if those two things happen, absolutely, like, he can be fine. And that's probably why Jay-Z had to do the same thing. He had to win the initial suit, and then he also had to go back in and double down on his innocence for the sake of his reputation and sue the fuck out of her and Tony Buzbee as well. He had to commit to an effort that, at least optically, the people makes people feel confident that, okay, like, damn, like, they really fuck with the wrong one. This nigga definitely is like innocent. He not letting this shit rest. Like, you know, he gonna be Tumbelino with these motherfuckers, you know, until he get blood out of them. Optically speaking, that's what the public want to see when somebody is quote unquote innocent, because the public is very fickle. They can, you know, make any narrative work in their mind. So they need shit to look optically like passionate. They need passionate fighting. So if he does what he claiming, what him and his attorney are saying, we're gonna countersue, and he wins this shit against her, and he goes back in and sue her ass and sue Tony Buzbee, yeah, I think he'll be fine. I do.
Do you think that he needs to invite Mother Iyanla to his show, to Club Shay Shay?
I think
and
he needs
let her
to
mother work on her back?
Nope. I think he needs to do exactly what a Jay-Z does, because with everything that, because see, Jonathan Majors getting flamed up for doing that. Don't make it look goofy, and don't make it look performative. That would be being way too performative. You know, we don't need to see you all of a sudden sitting down with the Breakfast Club. We don't need to see you all of a sudden with a black woman next year. It looks insincere, and it's just going to end up making you look guilty. So just stick to the facts. Just focus on the actual case. Fight the case down to the ground. Obliterate that shit, reduce it to ashes, and put Tony and Gabriella in a fucking urn, and let it be that. But do not go do the performative rebranding and trying to be black again. That shit gonna look goofy and stupid.
But he a simp.
I hope.
They
Well,
all goofy.
I hope that way he going through rumors is gonna make a man out of his ass. I hope he won't be a simp by the time this shit ends, and that he gonna sober up and grow up and mature up, and he's gonna be more of a man about his shit. Cause I don't want to see that cringeworthy ass performative black rebranding shit. I hate that Jonathan Majors did. I'm just like, girl, you just shut up.
Welcome back.
Yeah. I'm just like, oh God.
Just go at conscious. It's okay. We listen. Just hoping that it has. I understand how it appears, and I'm with you if it's performative. But hopefully there can be some real transformation. Even with because at some point I just want people to see things. I'm not trying to be super heavy, but it is, we've been laughing and stuff, you know what I mean? But this is really a super serious situation. I think we need the laughter to keep from fucking really like shaking our fucking heads, hard body, and fucking shedding a tear. For some people, like, it's really that detrimental to them, like, to see, you know what I'm saying, another black man being a fucking idiot that cannot control himself and placing himself in situations that historically, now nobody's telling you can't love who you want to love, sex who you want to sex, or whatever the case may be, but just move in a way where you're protected. And we know nothing is 100% guaranteed, but I think I would have a little bit more, even though I feel like he's innocent, I would have more passion to defend him straight across the board if he had put in certain measures, if he had got an NDA and things of that nature. Yeah. But even knowing that, it would have made me look like, okay, you signed this knowing what you guys were going to engage in or whatever. You have not said definitively that you and him did not engage in role playing and things of this nature. You know what I mean? You just left it. You presented information and to leave people guessing, but to also point, you know what I'm saying, in a way to lead people to think the obvious. The obvious would be he's an abuser. You know what I'm saying? That would be the obvious. Because regardless of let's take the she being white and him being black. Take that out the equation. We know he's a black man, and historically, black men have been violent. We cannot, and black women, we can identify with that, sadly. So it's not a hard thing to not, you know what I mean, have that first thought. Mm-hmm. But because I know that there's a real factor that exists where they've been able to accuse wrongfully without any proof, any evidence, other than nothing but word of mouth. Uh-huh. And we've seen historically, black men, we don't know if they were innocent or guilty, but we do know there was no proof. We choose to believe based upon a defense of what they say. And a lot of times the defense can prove, well, not prove necessarily prove, but I feel like at times have proven that this woman's story is not adding up this and the third, but because what Conscious has spoken of earlier, because the rare fact that she's white. We're not going to add on the factors of her being 30 years younger than him. And we're not going to add on the factor of her being allegedly petite, because I don't know what she looked like outside of the headshot, but allegedly petite. I mean, clearly he's a football player, so 9 out of 10, he's bigger than her, right? Yeah. We know all of these factors that feed into and contribute to the stereotypes. I understand how people can feel like there's a possibility. The talking points against black women, which he's entitled to his opinion, but the talking points against black women for whatever reason plays into that. It's not hard to feel like there's a possibility he did this. But for me, as Conscious has stated for himself, and not to be an echo chamber, from her own words per the accusations, it does not fucking add up. I don't know. It just doesn't add up. You're not going to give me a fucking circle and tell me to try to force it into a square peg hole. That shit don't add up. And
Mm-hmm.
he better thank God that her fucking story does not fucking add up. Even
Right.
though she still has a winning chance. But he better thank the fucking heavens.
Yeah. Exactly.
It gives reasonable. You understand what I'm saying? Her story alone gives some reasonable doubt.
Yeah, it does. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep.
So I don't think the universe is. Go ahead. I was going to say, I don't think the universe is trying to punish him. I think the universe has a lesson for him to learn. And until he learns that lesson, he's going to continue to be a repeat offender. The only way for him to break the cycle is for him to learn the fucking lesson.
Mm-hmm. And, you know,
that requires work. Go ahead.
He does need to sit down with a therapist. He need to get to the bottom line of what he got going on, if for no other reason, so he can just have a personal understanding of his situation, and that can help him to maybe tackle some things that maybe are unhealthy. And because, you know, his fetishes also are like full of information that is significant to his growth, to his understanding of himself, and with that information, he can better himself. So therapy and doing that shadow work and taking a deep dive into his relationship to white women, his attraction to white women, even his attraction to this type of kink, and just getting in to get the information can help him, because that's what shadow work is about. It's about not per se, I mean, carving out a space for you to be like your alter ego self, even if you are like the villain in that kink, is okay. There's nothing inherently like evil or wrong about it. But because we are spiritual beings having an earthly experience, and life in earth is a master class, we are here to evolve, because we're not born completely whole. We're coming in with past life baggage. We're coming in with a life path, particular and customized to this particular life and what we're supposed to be doing. And so the shadow work offers a even deeper sentiment, aside from just like, oh, I'm a freaky nigga who like white women and I like to be the dom sub shit. You know, it goes even deeper than that, Shannon. Like, there's information jam-packed into your behavior. It's information jam-packed into all of that. And if you press the gas on doing the forensics and the autopsy on your kink, you may also be able to like have your own toxic self-loathing or your own emasculation or whatever is informing your kink emotionally, psychologically, culturally, whatever trauma may be informing your kink fetish. You know, it'd be important for you to have an inner and an overstanding of that, so that once again, you can bring that into self, and then you can make whatever changes are necessary relative to the information that is provided to you by going into, you know, the actual kink and what's in the underlining belly of it. What are its implications? And that could cause you, if he does the shadow work, that may even give birth to another role. He may realize, you know what, I need to do more than just exist in a white man's in a white man's society. If I'm informed that I did not know until now that I have some aggression, some microaggressions toward white people, that I do feel a strong sense of injustice in the system, being a black man that's had to navigate white men and bow down to them, and having to fucking mask and go through these fucking rites of passages and shit that's informed by them, by capitalism and racism and classism. Like, yeah, I am mad as hell. I'm fucking mad as hell at the world that pale people create. I'm mad as hell. Da 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 da. Like, okay, great, you're mad, and now that carves out another identity. That carves out another purpose in your life, because he could easily alley-oop to being a social justice warrior. This may become an integral part of his brand in the future, is literally talking about racism of this country, systemic oppression, and, you know, trying to revolutionize the system for minority men. You know, like there's just all type of things. You know, I don't know what all could come out, but you know, it's infinite possibility when we do our shadow work. You know, it changes our lives. It changes our behavior for the better. It puts us even on a path that we were already meant to be on. And the message in the bottle was through the kink. The message in the bottle, the message used the kink as the bottle. The message and your truth is cloaked or inscribed in your sexual behavior, you know? So we don't exist in a vacuum. I always tell y'all this on the platform. We don't exist in a vacuum. You know, our lives aren't as simple as we try to make them out to be. And there's layers to our existence, and everything is providing information about us, from our reactions to our triggers to who we attract to everything. Everything is data, all up over our lives. You know, what we like, what we don't like, what bothers us, what doesn't bother us. Everything is jam-packed with fucking information. You know, so when we take when we lean in and we really start to evaluate self and look at ourselves and kind of analyze ourselves, you know, that's really where, you know, you have the opportunity to really kind of get behind the creative control of your own life, and make some different decisions based upon you becoming aware of your own actions. Like, well, damn, I didn't even know. I never even looked at, you know, this. I never even thought much about this area, but goddamn, like, or, you know, it's like it all comes to light when you turn the lights on. That's why it's called enlightenment. Turning the light on. Turning the light on in a dark, shadowy part of your consciousness. The light is now on. That changes shit. So to Ruma's point, yeah, like it's going to be in his best interest because he's a man with means. He got too much to lose at this point, and the only thing that's going to really help straighten him out is him getting himself the help that he needs so that his own behavior doesn't lead to his downfall. Because this is really risky business, and already being kind of like swarmed in a multitude of allegations just doesn't look well. And, you know, as this shit continue to pile on, it's going to be harder for anybody to really defend Shannon. It's going to be hard for any corporation or any opportunity to, with confidence, stand beside him. And there is stuff he can do about this. Even going back to the coworker, it's like, the truth is, Shannon, you too fucking grown to have put your hands on somebody in any regard. And you damn sure should not be putting your hands on anybody who doesn't consent to that. You should have never been in a workspace, even playfully, you know, shuffling and tap dancing and doing the fucking most. Like, you know, you just can't do these things. But, and not only you, we can't do them either. You know, like, it's just inappropriate, you know, and just stay within the lines. And I'm a stickler for heaviest the head that wears the goddamn crown. You know, we want the crown, but never its responsibilities. But there does come sacrifice. And the higher that you go up on the totem pole, the less you really do get to do, because it matters. What you do now, because you have been pedestalized as somebody, it all matters now. What you say, it matters. What you do, it matters. So this is something that people need to contemplate before they even get to the tippy top of the pyramid. Is not only do I want what's at the top of the pyramid, am I ready to be who the top of the pyramid gonna call me to be? Right. Am I ready to let go of the things I have the privilege and the luxury of doing at this level? Am I ready to let this shit go? Because, baby, yeah, like, it's going to be very little space for this there. You know, these are things that we have to internalize and really have the big conversation with ourselves. There's too many people going to the top without understanding what that means about their lives once they get there, and what it changes about their interactions, what it changes about the way they see themselves. Oh, go ahead,
and there's so many other things that you can do to receive the same exact fulfillment that you feel with role playing, getting a nut. Fantasies should have a deadline. They should have a deadline. We are ever evolving. Who wants to keep doing the same shit over and over and over again? That shit like fizzles out. You have to, you know what I mean? And maybe that's, something that he can discuss too. Fine. That's why I'm glad that you and Todd was saying, I think that was you and Todd saying that he needs to talk to someone that has this experience and has had it longer, has navigate through it longer. You know what I mean? Like, because the way he's engaging gives me very much amateur. Like, I really do believe that he watched and was inspired by 50 Shades of Grey. I really believe that. And there's nothing wrong with that. But, even with all the research, one thing I've learned from, going to school, I know people that are professional students. They're ever in school. Like, my uncle has I think it's 3 masters now. I don't even know how many masters you can obtain. And my uncle is 72 years old. He's still in college. He's a professional student. He's had employment, but he's a professional student. He feels like no one can learn everything. There's always more to learn. And the circles that he engages in, as an example, are like-minded people that are like professional students, things of that nature. Like, you have to place yourself in the position of you don't know everything. Like, we learn simple lessons over and over again. You know what I mean? Sometimes because we don't listen. And even once we listen and we get the lesson, that doesn't mean that that lesson is not going to spin the block, because sometimes the universe would allow us a reminder to make sure that we don't fall back into, that rabbit hole. So I just feel like he's not completely self-aware because he's operating in his ego. So he's not fully self-aware of the role that he's played in this. He does not see himself. All he can see right now is the attack, but he's not looking at the role that he's played in it. Because if he truly was looking at the role that he played in it, now of course he has attorney, and his attorneys, I can't believe his attorneys telling him not to speak, because he's already went, went public, and he spoke upon it and released the text messages, right? So he could have taken that opportunity. I think you said this, Conscious. He could have taken that opportunity to really, even though he has said some of these things on Club Shay Shay, he has a certain targeted audience. I mean, it wasn't even on Shay Shay. It was really on Nightcap. He has a certain target audience for Nightcap. Okay? He has a certain audience. Most people that watch him on Club Shay Shay. He has spoken about it. There has been posts made and things of that nature with him discussing him dating only liking date to young girls and da 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 da. However, it hasn't been an in-depth conversation. I think he owes himself and the public the opportunity to have a conversation about it, because I'm an avid believer. Some people have to say, you can think it, but it's not tangible until you say it. When you say it out your mouth, it makes it tangible. And I believe he needs to have the conversation with someone, or the general public or something, but he needs to have that conversation where he can feel free, not a sexual partner. See, he feels free with someone else that's going to participate, but someone that's not going to participate. I think he needs to have that conversation, and it needs to be in a space where he can be truthful. He does not have to feel guarded, i.e. safe. He doesn't have to feel judged, even though we all have an opinion, whether we agree or disagree. We all have an opinion. But he needs to really feel like I bet you, because he seems so uptight to me, even though he's the cool unc, and he could buy me, like I said, he could buy me. I have no reason to record you or whatever the case may be, but I know he has a specific type. And I know he has a specific type for a reason, because ultimately, the reasons, he's told us the reasons. He know that a black woman is not going to tolerate him to be aggressive with him that way, with them that way. He already knows. He knows this. I'm not saying that we're not a monolith. There are some of us, like myself, that would.
Yeah, because there's a
But
lot of
he
black.
knows in general, I'm like a needle in a haystack. It's a lot of us in that haystack.
He
But it's still a
considered. I
fucking
mean,
haystack.
this is rumors and tea is put in a very nice way of basically saying that white women are easy. Like, that's basically how Shannon Sharpe sees white women as they're easy, and they're gonna go for practically any goddamn thing.
Most black men feel that way. But check this out. The white men feel that way about black women too, and they appreciate us. They appreciate for the very thing that the black men dislike about us, they love that shit. So the coin has two sides to it.
Yeah.
But my point is, what this is how he's rationalized his likes. It has no real merit. Because not to say a black woman wouldn't have did this, because we know old girl, I forgot her name, old girl that lied on Usher. We know black girls do this shit too. However, she actually had real proximity to him. A black woman that would have had real proximity to him would have got his ass on tape admitting she'd have talked circles around his ass and would have got that nigga to fuck up, trip up, and say that he fucking did it. He had a type. He has a type for a reason. I'm not even mad at him for having a type for a reason, but that type turned around and fucked around and showed you what you've been ignoring about history all this fucking time. If you're gonna play pussy, you're gonna get fucked. And that's what the hell happened. And if you don't, damn it, trademark that dicktelligence, if you don't go and trademark that, because I know a lot of men that are dumb as hell for pussy. Absolutely. And it makes no fucking sense when they're gonna be hoes any fucking way. You ain't gonna like let's be for real, call a thing a thing. You're gonna be a hoe. So what's the point in the reason?
Right.
And motherfuckers sitting up here like trying to pretend to be somebody that you're not. Let the people know, because it's public now. I think we deserve, y'all brought us in the chat. Whoever the fuck did it, I think we deserve to have a conversation.
Yeah, I do. I might gotta bring the fellas together.
I just want to know why.
I might gotta bring the fellas together for a panel discussion on.
I seriously want to know why. You don't want to know why, Conscious?
Okay, explain the why again.
Explain the why. I want to know why. Do you want to know why?
Sure. Yeah. You know,
I want to know why he's
I'm always asking the why, trying to figure out the why, trying to make sense of the why. The why.
I want to know why he back in the situation again.
Trauma.
I seriously want to know why he back in the situation again.
Trauma, privilege, and a lack of intelligence. I don't think there's one sole thing working in Shannon Sharpe's situation. I think that it's trauma, it's privilege, and it's a lack of discipline.
That's what I see him and old girl got in common. They both have a greed complex, an entitlement complex. He feels entitled to get what he wants. And I understand that. I feel like I should have what I want too. But I always considered the optics long term. I do. Not what it looks like to people, but what it really looks like for myself, what it's going to look like. I literally think about the future when it comes to certain decisions in my life. I think about the future. And in my opinion, when it comes to our sexuality, we don't owe nothing to nobody but ourselves. We should be honest with ourselves. And when we honest with ourselves, like just put in some boundaries. When LaShawn was talking about that, what I consider the boundaries that he don't have to do things my way, but what I would like for him to consider is have the conversation, but make these people earn you. Make them earn you.
The problem with him is that he already said he don't got no time to be earned, because this is why he ain't got no time to even be in a relationship. So that's why he attracted to them transactional only, the OF kind of escorty style.
I wouldn't even be engaging with her outside of sex. Like, it would not be no conversations to be had on any type of person. And I know sex is personal, but y'all making this business because there's money transaction involved. So for me, this is business. We have no reason to be engaging with each other outside of the bedroom. We're not talking. Like, if what she's saying, this is what it looks like to me. That's how he was intending it for it to be set up any damn way. Him not speaking to her, him not greeting her or whatever. He did not want to make this a social thing. It was a personal thing, but it was more business for him. But She was going there. She was going there. Everything that she was actually plotting out to do was failing. That's why she was frustrated when she found out about Michele, because all of her attempts failed.
It was an ego bruise.
Right. And that's what he and her have in common.
Is that they both are massively full of themselves.
Operating in their ego. Y'all operating your egos like, and it's crazy as hell. That's what I see their commonality is, and this may be part of why he may have fed off of her ego.
Yeah.
He may really have fed off of her ego. Because I don't give a damn what nobody's saying. Trying to paint her, to me, in my eyes, from my own experiences, trying to paint her as this little dainty ass, helpless ass, European identified Latino. As this, she's so little and fragile and dainty and bullshit. She's not.
Yeah.
Sis in there with a fucking plan. And one thing I'm gonna give this little bitch, because she a little bitch, she a liar. One thing I'm gonna give her is the fact that she was determined. That bitch had a mission. And guess what? With every failure, she push higher. She letting this motherfucker know. She's speaking like she talking to this nigga on some real shit. So when this whole white girl that they all dainty and submissive, okay, all right, you now here comes Karen Ashaniqua and Tamika's. Sharon, they hardcore bitch. By any means necessary. Sharon is not playing. Karen is not playing. She said by any means necessary. Nigga, you gonna pay me. You don't have this privileged white pussy. I don't took my tongue and licked it all up the crack of your ass, nigga. You gonna pay me. And now I'm raising the stakes. I'm raising the stakes.
Yeah.
And he truly forgot who the fuck he is. And a lot of black people do that when they get up in high stature in the, financially. A lot of them do that. They feel like, and that's why black women are feeling the way they feeling about his comments that he made about us. But I understand his talking points. But I understand also why black women feel some kind of way about the shit he said. Because you speak in a way, and then you went and got you a motherfucking ghetto ass fucking white bitch. I don't give a fuck where she from.
That part. Indeed.
She fucked you over worse than any fucking black woman in your life.
Indeed. And that's always the gag. And that's why so many black people are sitting this one out.
And that's why there's a nice little demographic of black women that are saying they take them out the fucking chat. They ain't got shit to say about it because you chose this path. You got something that's just mute on your ass. They ain't fucking with you good or bad. They don't even want to talk about your ass. So you look at yourself, bro. Like, it's always a price to pay. At this point, I ain't saying he got to go back to a black woman. He could date and be with whoever the fuck he want to be with. But what he does need to look at is, at this fact, some of your reasons and talking points don't even make sense. Now, I didn't care for what's her name, Steffi George from Bad Girls Club. She's such an irrelevant person to me. And I didn't like his. I felt like she was, even though she was checking him, she was giving me Karen vibes. She was giving me Karen vibes because she knows why he was saying the shit he was saying. It was about public perception. And see, Shannon got this image that he's been trying, like, he tethers the line, but he ain't too close to the fucking line. You understand what I'm saying? He says just to fucking enough to pretend like he's addressing shit, but he ain't really addressing nothing. And I understand to a large degree. I feel like he really don't have to, but now that y'all included us in a group chat, why the fuck not? And talk about how fucking dumb you are. Like, you need to have take this moment. I ain't trying to turn it into a spiritual moment, none of that shit, but conscious, that's a good idea. He needs to be talking to other men about shit like this. You know what I'm saying? Those in the industries and those outside. You know what I'm saying? It's some men that got status that ain't in the fucking limelight.
Yep.
People forget who they are when they get money and status. Like their statures begin to rise, they change their circles and stuff like that. They kind of forget who they are. Like you're still that person. You just got money. And the people, like, I ain't saying everybody ain't genuinely happy for you, but most of the time, people, when they move up in stature, they surround themselves around yes people. They don't have too many people. That's why it was interesting when they were showing the clips of all of the guests that have like talked to him and tried to warn him and things of that nature. You know, I said the reason why he really couldn't hear it from them because he didn't see it for them. He ain't see it for them. Even though they celebrities and they move in their own circles, and like people, you would think like he would look at Cat Williams like that, but I don't think he saw it for him.
Yeah.
He was acting like a fan, but I don't think he saw it for him. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I think that if somebody within his circle would have said to him, like, chill, like, you need to calm down a little bit or move a little better, whatever, he may have listened to them. But I can guarantee you, the people that he really fuck with and socialize with, they all into the same shit.
Of course.
It's a real thing for them.
Yeah. There's always a pack. Damn.
Yep.
So that means that's the case, because if they all carrying on like Shannon, then baby, we gonna be seeing a lot of niggas get gooped. Forging ahead.
It happens all the time, but
yeah.
I'm about to go. I sent you something. I don't know if you saw it, but I sent you something.
I think I'm actually come back. I think I'm gonna come back and get into that.
Say that. I see y'all in the field.
All right, boo. That was representing you, baby. This was another riveting conversation, y'all. It's a lot of moving parts, baby. Everybody bringing great perspective, honey. Everybody putting on their thinking cap. You know, we got diverse attitude, child, you know, from all sides, baby. Shannon Sharpe, honey. Okay, you need to write the Conscious crew a check, baby, because, you know, it's a lot of good stuff over here for you, my nigga. A lot of good stuff over here for you. Woo, this was not supposed to be a 5-hour live, but baby, you know, this is a multifaceted situation. Today's topic, you know, for those of you who came in late, y'all go rewinded bike to the beginning. We got into Michele Bundy Evans, alleged, you know, 10-year long girlfriend with Shannon Sharpe, sued him. You know, baby, get into it, honey. Get into it, honey. It speaks for itself, child. All right. We got a lot of stuff to get into, you guys. We got to come back and get into some TD Jakes tea. We got to get into some Megan Thee Stallion tea. It's a lot of going on. I'm probably going to come back tonight. I'm going to go throw some water on my face. And go pooch around on Pace to get into the things. And then I'm probably going to come back again tonight, you guys. So make sure that you have your notification bell set to all. And remember, even if you don't get notified, you cannot rely on your notifications. Everybody should know that by now. You cannot rely on YouTube notifications. So you will have to, you know, routinely and regularly check the platform manually. Because if you're relying on your notifications, you may not ever get a damn show. You might be 50 damn live streams late, you know, to a damn show. So you got to check this shit manually because YouTube be YouTubing. But shout out to the crowd. Subscribe if you're new here. Thumbs up. Please tell a friend of a friend of a friend of a friend. Please send me the tea everywhere or anywhere you can send me the tea. Shout out to the street committee. And if you guys enjoyed yourself, y'all already know what you can do, baby. Okay, show some love to the old nasty piece of cash app, $Consciouztv, or PayPal, which is paypal.me/ConsciouzTV. Consciouztv spelled just how it is here on the platform, Conscious with a Z. I love you guys long time, and I will catch you all later. Bye.